Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hi there.
Today is Friday, most boring day in trading, I think, but we can make recap and talk about interesting things and maybe some setups for the next week. So let me start from beginning. Howard, maybe do you want to open this session with
Yep,
some interesting things?
let's do it. Let's do it. We'll take a look at some of these FX pairs. As always,
Yes.
kick it off with euro dollar. Always a good place to start. 1 second. It's coming through here. So
Yes.
I'll kick it off with the weekly because obviously we are kind of at the end of the week now, just
Yes.
about. So I think we can talk about weekly charts now.
Yes.
So the weekly candle on euro dollar. So we've had three pretty strong up weeks, and this week we've had a push to a new high for the swing, and here we are. We're kind of at the lower end of this week, and we've broken back into last week's range by quite a significant amount. So kind of if you're bullish. I think in the short term, maybe you're perhaps on the wrong side of the market. It seems to me that we're in a bit of a corrective phase. So sideways to lower on euro dollar for me. But the main structure is still extremely bullish based on the fact that this is a major low here back in 2022. We've had a first leg up, a correction of it, and then this is kind of like the early stages of the next leg of the bull market. So short-term corrective action, but longer term, I think once we've seen the correction, I think we're going to see new highs for this this uptrend. So let's zoom in to see kind of downside targets really. So let's go to the daily. So you can see an Elliott wave count on the daily chart. So what I've got is we've got this massive kind of extended third wave up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And I think we're kind of perhaps halfway through this this kind of pullback from the high. So like an A, B, and a C that comes down towards perhaps 112, below 112s, before we can base out and then resume the major advance. So my bias for the next couple of days, I guess, is to the downside. So quite a strong down day a couple of days back, and then last couple of days we've just been kind of going sideways really. So it looks to be kind of little correction of that first move down, and I think we'll see a bit lower down, just to unwind the overbought condition of this bull market. Moving into the shorter term intraday charts. So we had that double top a couple of days back here, double top, breakdown, little retest, and then down it goes, accelerates. And then this kind of A, B, C up, a corrective bounce. So 3-wave rally, A, B, and C, tells you that the trend is still down. So down we go in 5 waves. So the rallies from this point onwards are corrective in nature. They're not very, there's no real power behind them. So to me, it tells you that the trend for the intraday time frame is to the downside still. So for me, looking to sell into bounces towards the resistance line, or on a downside break. If we break today's low 113.15, for example, that for me would be a trigger. We start cracking through the low. That's like a descending triangle, and then we can start to see a good move down. So basically, just on the short-term perspective, I'm waiting to go short, essentially on the break of 113.15 or so down here, and then that'll be my trade if we get it today. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just go sideways, as you say, Igor. Some of these Fridays can be a little bit like, the week has been interesting, and people are thinking, oh, I don't want to take any risk on over the weekend, so maybe nothing really happens, but. We'll see. But it does seem to me that the bias is to the downside on the intraday timeframes. So that's euro dollar. I guess cable sterling dollar is a similar kind of idea. So on the weekly, it stalled. So obviously it's had 2 powerful up weeks, boom, boom, like that. And then we've seen this kind of upper shadow develop on the weekly candle right at this resistance level here, the swing high. From September 24. So it's a natural place, I guess, for if you're long to think about maybe taking some profits if you got in on this last couple of weeks rally. So there's a bit of hesitation, I guess, ahead of this swing high. So as with euro dollar, I think we're in a bit of a corrective phase. It might just last a couple of days. It's just one of these things where it might be 2 or 3 days and then it starts to go higher again. But I think the underlying trend for me is still really, really positive, based on the fact that we've got this bull market which started back in 2022, and we've got a swing, correction, swing, correction, didn't take out the corrective low, and then we're back up to the highs, and it looks like it's going to eventually break through for me, and continue this this long-term bull trend. So onto the daily. So we had this really, really powerful multi session. Every single day was an update. You don't tend to see that very often. Where how many days was that? 8, 9
Yeah,
days.
right.
Market just literally, oh, I'm going up every single day, without any correction. So finally, we got the down day here, and now we're seeing a bit of a sideways chop here. And again, I think we're seeing a bit of a corrective pullback just to unwind this this last swing. So perhaps we come back down towards 132, that kind of area, maybe a bit lower, perhaps, just to unwind the overbought condition of this this rally. So my bias, I guess, for the short term is to the downside. I'm playing it through euro dollar rather than through cable at the moment. That's really where my my stronger bias lies for the downside move. Onto dollar yen. So dollar yen, obviously the same kind of thing, but in reverse, where on the weekly chart we've got this kind of big topping action on the weekly chart going back for quite some time, several months. I think that's a major high, 161.95. That's the first leg down in a new bear market, I believe. Then we've had this kind of ABC rally, which is a second wave correction, didn't make a new high. And then we're starting to break down quite impulsively now, in a new bearish trend, I believe. So for now, we are finding support around these big levels down here, just around 140, not too far below 140. So we've had 3 big down weeks. This week we've attempted to push lower, but by the end of the week, here we are now. We kind of, we're back significantly inside last week's range. In fact, pushing towards the top side of it. So it does look to be a bit of a corrective period for me. My bias is to the long side for the next few days. But again, ultimately, I think it doesn't do too much on the upside. We've got broken support that comes in here around, 146 and a half. We're at 143 and a half right now. So maybe a little bit of upside next week. And then I think it tips over and starts to resume the downtrend. Moving on to the day. Let's move on to the daily. So this is the breakdown of that decline from the high. So I think that's the first leg down, wave 1. That's the correction of it, wave 2. And now we're breaking down quite impulsively in, I think, the early stages of wave 3, which should be the longest and the strongest of the waves. Typically within Elliott wave theory, the middle part of the move is usually the strongest part of the move. So I think this is kind of like the first leg down, and we're going to top out maybe in this target region. It looks like the 144s for me, is where this dollar yen may be headed just in the short term, but big resistance if we get into that region, and then perhaps we curl over and start to resume the downtrend. So I'll be looking to sell into it next week for the next leg down. Any thoughts on those 3 guys?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you, Howard, about one interesting thing relating to the weekly chart for the euro dollar and British pound dollar. So if we watch euro dollar, we can see this week, of course, few hours left, but this candle will be bearish candle, weekly candle for euro dollar. And in the same time, the British pound dollar candle is a bullish candle right now, but we are very near to become the bearish candle, of course, with some doji. So what is your opinion? Because last several weeks, euro was leading currency. So first push of euro, then British pound just behind that, and all the time we have that. And now I see that euro is weakening much faster than British pound dollar. So what is
Yep.
your opinion about this? Do you see maybe that British pound dollar can push lower today, or what is your opinion about these two currency pairs, and uh, that difference in the strength of the euro dollar and British pound dollar?
Sure. I think you've got to look at gold to give you the real picture, and I think that kind of favors the bearish move on euro dollar, maybe dragging sterling down. I think gold is doing a similar thing to the dollar European current and dollar yen as well, obviously. In that we've had 2 strong weeks to the upside, and then this week we continued it, but we're getting slammed lower all the way through this week. So I think euro dollar is giving us the true picture. I think euro dollar is giving us the true picture that we're in a corrective situation rather than we're ready to blast to new highs, which maybe sterling could be telling us. I don't know. So for me, I think that the euro is probably leading sterling down, if you will.
Yes.
Because we've got the kind of confirmation with gold
Yes.
that we are perhaps in a corrective phase. For me, that's my idea anyway. Okay, so that's the 3 majors. I'll come back to the other ones later on. So if you guys want to dive in.
Yeah,
Okay.
Igor, take it away.
Okay, no problem. I will just first I will show my trades, then I will just create little bit my analysis. So right now, I will just just to see this. Yes, this is it. Okay. So this is my on the chart on the screen. You can see my free trades. The first one was euro dollar. I catch when euro dollar was on the high, and that was the trade 2 days ago. Then I waited for the euro dollar to go upside again and made second trade. And today I entered the selling order for British pound dollar because just because of this story. I believe that British pound is maybe the strongest one, and because of that, this currency pair reject that strong bearish movement. But I think if, like Howard said, gold, euro dollar, and all US dollar pairs start to go down related to the US dollar, then I believe that the British pound dollar will start to go down too. And this is why I'm really bearish on the British pound dollar. And now I will just give a little bit recap for maybe for this week and for all these trades that I have right now. And I will just show you, just stop screen, maybe from the trading view. Okay, so first, like this. First, the British pound dollar. If I go to the 1-hour chart and a little bit, just to zoom, maybe like this, just to catch this week. This is from the April 20. So we had very interesting week related to the British pound dollar and euro dollar. The very interesting part was the Asia session, because in the Asia session, several times we had a really good push. I missed a lot of that trades just because I'm sleeping during the Asia session, and during that time, Nandan just makes his profit. So usually this push here was really good push, and in Monday we reached the September high from the last year. It was last the biggest high that we had for British pound dollar. And then, of course, rejection. And then again, we started some kind of push upside, and even few pips above the high. In this moment, even I just started a little bit to think that we will get the new highs, because euro dollar reached the, I think, 4 or 5 years high, and the last year high we broke without problem. So I thought, okay, if euro dollar can do that, British pound dollar can do that the same. And I just thinking about that, okay, we will go above that. In that moment, we just broke the relative strength index. It was a very high push. It was the early morning then. But what's happened is price started to go down, little bit sideways, and then it's happened really, really big push in the end of the US session. And that push was really, really crazy, because we had a more than 100 pips in just a few hours.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, do you? That time of the day.
Yes, it's a second part of the US session. So in the first part, we were bullish, and then in the second part, we started to go down. And based on statistics, it's really, really rare for such a move. But the good thing is, in that moment, we got one very important price level for British pound dollar, and that level was 336. Yes, and that level was, as you can see, several times it was support. We tried to break that level, rejection. Try to break that level, rejection. Try, rejection. And then we started to go down, and now previous support now is resistance. So this resistance is very important for us, especially now. For example, this resistance is now stop loss for my short orders if I make for the British pound dollar. And this is the good thing, technically speaking, because I know that this resistance now is very strong. And then we had a little bit of choppy price, again some push during the Asia session, again the very choppy price for British pound dollar. And the only thing that I was a little bit surprised, it was the second part of US session yesterday, because euro dollar and all other forex pairs just were very weak related to the US dollar. But British pound dollar made a push almost very near to this level, 1.3350. So I had few selling orders with a 20 pips stop loss. Some of them I closed. Some of them I just increased a little bit the stop loss. And I right now I have several positions on multiple accounts. And the question here is, I really believe that this moment is maybe interesting for swing trading, because if we start to see the new lows, when we analyze the chart on the daily, on the weekly, we can see very, very similar pattern from the last year. As you can see, we had very strong downside in the first week, and then we made continuation of the sell trading, and this is very similar to that position. Of course, this can be tricky. This can be a wrong assumption and a lot of things. Of course, when we watch the daily chart, we are in the bullish market structure right now. On a 4-hour chart, we can say that we are still bullish. Actually, it's a little bit sideways market right now, but the whole story here is, I see on the 4-hour chart, for example, if I draw the trend line, that trend line is really bearish right now. You can see here it's a bearish right now, and I see that bearish move. So intraday I'm bearish. Overall on daily chart I'm bullish, but I think that these levels are very interesting for British pound dollar especially, because all other currency pairs are already in some kind of the drop, but British pound dollar holding a little bit. So this is why I think that we have a very good risk reward ratio for British pound dollar. So my trade is related. My stop loss is around 1.335 level. So around the 40 pips from now. And my target is open because my first target for British pound dollar will be this level. It is this week low around 1.3206 level. And of course, in this level from the last two days ago, around 1.3235, if I think. So this is the first targets. But if we get some strong movement here, we can go really, really down, and maybe my trade can become a swing trade. So this is related to the British pound dollar. And for the euro dollar is much pretty story because as you can see, we had very two bearish days and really big push down. And as we can see, we never back to 1.14 level. So we're just pushing down here. And this is very good. This is very good for me from technical standpoint. It's a more clearer picture for euro dollar. And intraday, I'm really bearish. And if I want to be in a buy position, my bullish bearish validation point should be somewhere above 1.1420 and above that. So this is the levels that I watch. But like I said, I want to see price how going down, because I think that this can be interesting as swing trade. About major pairs. This is just like Howard said, US dollar, Japanese yen, just typically a different picture from the euro dollar and British pound dollar. So we have a bullish push here. We had a channel. We broke that channel in one day, but very fast we just started to go again up. And this is a interesting picture. Of course, I will not enter in this trade because I'm already in euro dollar and British pound dollar. This will be just from the risk standpoint of view, foolish trade, because all of that trades are on the side of the US dollar. But it's very interesting trade. And one trade that I watch for the I can say long term, which I really hope that it's a very good trade that can happen, is US dollar Swiss. And this trade is a trade that I plan to create today with a very low risk, because I plan to make this trade to be like a long-term trade, actually, because we broke relative strength index trend line on a daily chart. We have really good push here. And the good thing is, if we want to reach the January high, we have very good risk reward ratio. The only thing that I want to wait is today, Friday's close, because I want to be 100% sure that this day will be a bullish day. But as you can see, if I put the stop loss to the previous low and try to target the previous high, I can get very good risk reward ratio. And I think that US dollar Swiss was very long time oversold. I'm watching, of course, on the futures market, I'm watching the Swiss and US dollar cut report to see what the big speculators are doing. But like I see right now, it's a good situation, because I think that large speculators are closing positions for the US dollar, selling right now, which is very good, because in that case, we maybe have a bigger push here for the US dollar Swiss. So this is one of the very interesting trades for me to enter right now. and get a very good risk-reward ratio. And the last one that I want to show, Nandan, do you have any or Howard any
Yeah,
assumption?
I was going to say, obviously, it's a little bit kind of divergent from what you're talking about on euro dollar and sterling dollar cable. Maybe because obviously, big picture, the Swiss will probably go in a similar kind of direction to the other two. So maybe what you want to be doing is looking at Euro Swiss and maybe buying it, looking at the base on Euro Swiss, because you're obviously bearish on the. I think you're bearish on the Swiss franc by the looks of things.
Yes.
So maybe maybe Euro Swiss could be a good, or even sterling Swiss, perhaps. I don't know.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I watched that, and I think that, but the little bit problem is this risk-reward ratio. I watched that, and you're from the strong weak currency. This is the much better solution. But this is something that I'm doing just because maybe better risk-reward ratio, because this push and this target is almost 1-to-1. This is the only thing. But from the strong weak, I think that you're maybe right there. And for the last asset that I just wanted to show is Bitcoin, because this week we reached that magical level of 93,000. That I just with Paul talk a lot about that. And of course, as you can see, there is a relative strength index trend line that I draw on the chart. We broke that in the middle of the April, just in the end of the last week. Then we had some sideways markets, couple days, and now this week we really had a strong push upside. So I think that this is very interesting for all crypto traders, and not just the Bitcoin, because all other coins are correlated with Bitcoin, and a lot of small caps, or like we call them, very similar to penny stocks, all other small coins started to go up when Bitcoin starting to go up, which can be very interesting for crypto traders. But I think the crypto Bitcoin right now is very hot, and I hope that we will see new highs. I will not trade crypto. I don't plan to trade, but I will just monitor, and I will enjoy a little bit in this push higher, because we had very few months with a bearish bias, and now we can recover here and have very good bullish bias. So these are the charts that I'm watching, and enjoy what's happened there. And I hope that soon we will see. The only thing that a little bit tricky for me is now when we see that US dollar strength. On the other side, we see the Bitcoin strength against the US dollar, and this is little bit strange for me, because I usually like to see weak dollar, to see any asset against dollar to go up. But I think when dollar is stronger and Bitcoin is pushing up, it's just a signal that we are on the good bias here, and that we can really get a strong bullish potential here. So
maybe Bitcoin is a kind of at the moment, because sometimes it's a dollar thing, sometimes it's a stock market thing. Maybe it's more about the stock market recovery. It could be something like that.
Yes, you're completely right. And one of the things that I just read, it was the article from the China, and the China government, because of this tariff war between Donald Trump and rest of the world, they sent to all big investors just an announcement that they should go out from the US stock companies, etc. And many of them started to do that. They reduced their position size, and etc. And a lot of them then said that they will put some part of portfolio in Bitcoin. And I think that China's investors in the Bitcoin is interesting thing too, because because it's a little bit strange. But these tariff wars, I think that change perspective for many investors, and maybe that asset allocation around the world will be a little bit change just because of this tariff war. So interesting thing that I just found. So this is it. Sorry, Nandan, please, you can go and talk a little bit
It's all
about your
good.
setup.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can share my screen really quickly, I'll go ahead and share what I'm seeing, which is not a lot, but some interesting things have been happening this week. Let's see. Can you guys see my screen now?
Not just yet. Just coming through.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry.
Nice. Yeah, so we had some pretty interesting moves earlier this week. Today, before I came live, I did the spreadsheet analysis, and you know, there are a lot of no trends in the market. I don't have any consistency on the dollar, on the H4, the D1, and there's some strength on the, or sorry, weakness on the weekly time frames. But again, that weakness has completely come out of the 4 hour and daily. So I don't know what if the dollar is going to continue being weak or if it's going to start having some strength into it. But that's kind of the case with every single currency right now. Not a lot of these currencies, actually zero of these currencies, have any type of consistency. And again, for those of you guys who are new here, what I mean by consistency is I have these pairs grouped in columns. So I have, this is the dollar column, the H4 and the D1 and the weekly. If I was thinking of the dollar to be consistently strong, it would have to be orientated in something like this box here. At least 5 out of 7 of these pairs have to be going in this strength direction. And if the dollar was consistently weak, it would have to be in this alignment over here on the right side. The only alignment we have on this dollar pair is weekly weakness. 6 out of 7 pairs, but the daily and the 4 hour have come out completely. So it's the same thing with the Swiss. The Swissy is weak on the charts. I did see it, earlier this week as well. I was talking about the Swissies potentially being weak, but man, the charts are just so, they look weird. They're like V-shaped reversals on the daily, and the 4 hours do look nice, but they don't look as clean as I would want them to be. Um, so moving on from the Swissy pairs, the Euro pairs, again, same thing. There's not a lot of alignment going on. A lot of no trends happening in the market right now. It's a consolidation period. We've had some insane moves on gold. I think this week gold was probably your best friend if you traded it. And yeah, moving on to the yen, I guess. Yen pairs, same story. We got some very tiny amount of bias for weakness on the 4 hour, but again, I wouldn't say it's consistent enough. I need 5 out of 7 to actually start looking at the currency as potentially having a stronger bias in terms of weakness or strength. We just don't have that here. We have 4 out of 7 pairs going in one direction, and that's just not enough for me to make a judgment call to say the yen is weak. The pound, um, I would say the pound is completely mixed as well. There's some slight strength on the 4 hour of the pound, but again, it's 4 out of 7. And if you think of the market in terms of probabilities, I would say a minimum of 5 out of 7 to be showing some sort of consistency. So Aussie dollar, again, this guy looks absolutely horrible. There's no trends anywhere on this pair. They're all going sideways, and same thing with the Canadian dollar and the New Zealand dollar. So another thing I wanted to point out was, even though we don't have any alignment on any of these charts, and also look at these columns on the 4 hour and the D1 and even the weekly time frames. These are 28 pairs I trade, and almost every single one of them has a no trend situation going on almost all time frames. There's very few trends available in this market, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that's a great thing. We've had some extreme movements these past couple of weeks, and we're finally seeing some sort of consolidation, which is what I've been waiting for. Um, so yeah, in terms of pairs I'm going to be looking at, I don't really have pairs that I'm going to be looking at. I'm just going to be doing my market analysis and seeing if there's any news on the news calendar for next week. You know, some high volatile news. We have some Canadian dollar news on Monday for me, and Aussie dollar news on Tuesday. Dollar jolts. We do have jolts. Sometimes that shakes things up in the markets, but yeah, overall, I'm gonna have to keep doing my analysis day by day and seeing what the market is showing next week. But one pair that I do have, you know, that I was looking at was gold, and I actually had a trade on this in the Asian session last night or in the afternoon for my time, and it didn't work out. It actually it went the opposite direction. So what I was hoping for was we had this amazing push, you know, to new historical highs, and then we had a really strong retracement of those moves. And what I was looking for in yesterday's Asian session was a breakout of about, at the time I was looking at it, about 33.70 around there. And I was looking at all of the gold pairs, you know, gold against the US dollar, gold against the Aussie dollar, against the euro dollar. And every single gold pair was moving up at that time. So if I can move to the 5-minute chart and show you guys. Um, yeah, every single gold pair looked like this on the charts. And to me, it was at a critical point. You know, if I'm looking at the 4-hour chart, that area where I bought this little blue circle down here, that's a critical area of resistance. If it broke past there and it continued higher, man, we'd have a real strong chance of retesting those highs. I mean, just based off the volatility of gold. Um, but obviously, when I entered into that trade, let's see if I can get back to that area. There it is. I'm going to go down to the 1 minute. Let's go down to the 1 minute and talk about this trade. Okay, so my entry was right around here. So what happened was I saw this first move up to the upside. That gave me consistency on all of the gold pairs. Every single gold pair looked like this on the 1 minute time frame. Then when I saw this pullback, my goal was to, okay, we've pulled back on this 1 minute chart, and actually I was looking at the 5 minute chart because it seemed to have been making higher highs and higher lows right here. You know, if I was to get rid of that, um, all the stuff on the right. So the 5 minute bar opened here, and I saw it respected this trend going upward. So in my opinion, I was thinking, okay, if the momentum is going to continue, this should have no problem continuing breaking higher potentially. And what happened was, you know, if I go back onto this 1 minute chart, was we didn't have that. The momentum actually failed off of the it failed off of this resistance area it built. So when it failed, I started to get a little bit nervous because you can't really look at the market in terms of resistance exact levels. You have to see how the market reacts to these levels, and the reaction was not what I expected. I expected this pair to retest this area right here and blow completely past it. That did not happen. It failed, it rejected it, and it started to kind of consolidate and pull back. And ultimately, when it started to move down, I got out, and within like a few pips positive. But um, it was a good thing I did get out because the pair ended up moving down really strong. We had really strong moves to the downside today on gold. But yeah, after I got out of this pair, after I got out of this trade, I actually reset my price alert to about um, a little higher, about at 33.80. And the reason I set it higher was because we already had one rejection. We already had one fake out pretty much happening, right? And if I want to get into this trade again, I would like it to push even further past that point. I'd really want more confirmation is what I'm saying. And if it's moving up and it's hit my price alert at 33.80, that's a signal of, hey, okay, the momentum has kind of come back in and I can go back and enter into this trade again. But that did not happen. So I didn't get to retry on my entry. But yeah, that was pretty much the only trade I took yesterday in the Asian session. There's nothing today. I was hoping the Canadian dollar news that came out earlier would shake something up in the markets because everything was just kind of going sideways for me in terms of the Forex market. And Canadian dollar news, I didn't see anything significant. I didn't. I was hoping for the dollar CAD to push down, but that didn't happen. And it was just kind of like a dud. So next week, my plan is to reevaluate the markets. If the market is still showing a bunch of no trends, like how we have on the spreadsheet here, and no currency is showing consistency on the 4-hour or daily time frames, I'm really just sitting on my hands. I'm keeping my positions off the table for now. I'm not really going in with the trade. I don't think it's a great time to trade. This is the time, especially right now in the market, when you have everything consolidating, where you'll get into a bunch of fake outs, a bunch of whipsaws happening, and it doesn't matter what. At this point, I don't think it matters if you have consistency on the smaller intraday charts. If one currency is moving up on the intraday charts, I think um, the larger time frame choppiness, the 4-hour daily choppiness is not on your side. So it kind of makes things a little less stable. You don't have a continuous movement. They kind of pull back more. They have more spikes, and they're not as smooth as intraday movements as you would have in a trending market. So I think,
Yeah.
yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead, Howard.
maybe if you do take trades, then you just you get shorter pip profits kind of thing. Just grab them rather than let them run kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're going to be trading, you're going to be trading with a scaled back position size. For me personally, if I do see a trade and I like it, it has a lot of potential and it's a potential breakout or whatever, uh, I'd reduce my position size by 75%. That is the money saving technique in trading. You can be very aggressive when the trends are in place and you're at the beginning of fresh movements, but
Yeah.
when you are in a market like this right now, I think the best advice to give is to scale back on your position size, manage your expectations, and once that intraday movement starts to consolidate, you better get out because you're probably going to give all your profits back if you don't. But yeah, other than that, Bitcoin, I wanted to go into that. Igor just went into that. I was in a crypto trade or Bitcoin trade last, I believe earlier this week. Um, I got in a live session. I think it was on Wednesday or Tuesday. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, the moment I got in, Bitcoin shot straight up. It's currently
Nice.
consolidating. I scaled out half of my position size on this 1-hour chart. These trend indicators started pointing sideways, and that's when it was a clue to me. Hey, because of the volatility of Bitcoin and the cryptos itself, I could get stopped out of this position fully. So what I did was I scaled out half my position, put my stop to break even, and now I'm just in it for the long term. I do think we still have a lot more room to move up, and I think we're actually gearing up, maybe within the next day or two, for another major push to the upside. I really think another push is near, but I could be totally wrong. It can fail off of this resistance area that it's currently at. If I was looking to get into this trade again, I would probably be looking at 95, 200, and past there, I would hold my position, and see if it makes these all-time highs. But I think right now it's at a pretty crucial level. It's consolidating on this 4-hour chart, and yeah, I'm just waiting for a breakthrough. And if that breakthrough does occur of that 95, 200 area, then I'd be I'd really want to see consistency in terms of, I want to see the entire crypto market going up alongside with everything going green. I don't want to see Ethereum going sideways or going red, and
Hmm.
XRP going red, and Bitcoin's the only one moving up. I want to see every single crypto going up, all the major cryptos going up. So that's kind of my game plan for right now. There's not a lot I can really tell you right now other than just sit on your hands and be patient. That's it. Kind of sucks when the market goes into this mode, but I think this is a time where you, instead of thinking of it as this time sucks because there's no trading opportunities, I think the way you should approach this situation is we have a consolidation happening, and the longer the consolidation, the stronger the moves and the bigger the pop. There are new trading opportunities that are going to be right around the corner. So I think just a little bit of patience can go a long way, and I think right now you need to be patient.
Yeah.
But
Agreed.
yeah, that's pretty much all I got. It's not much today, but yeah, that's all I can really say.
Yeah. For me, just before just looking back at some of the other, the FX pairs and things, I've been looking at crude oil quite a bit lately since the major breakdown, and trading it from the short side. Did okay yesterday. Today I'm a little bit underwater on a short position, so I went back in again today. Should be coming through shortly. But just to talk you through what I'm seeing on crude oil. Did it come through yet? Let me
Not
try
yet.
again.
Yes.
Okay, let me just give that another shot. Okay, should be coming through now with a bit of luck.
There you go.
Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so it's been in this descending triangle for quite some time, with support coming in, I guess the sort of the 64, 65 area, and it broke through a couple of weeks ago. So we saw that big breakthrough the support level, and then obviously the snapback that we're seeing. This is the weekly candles. So we had a couple of weeks at kind of snapping back after this big breakdown, but this week we're seeing a bit of a long upper shadow on the weekly candle, and it's broken support, I think, which is kind of stopping this market going much higher. It has been a little bit linked to the stock market in terms of we got the acceleration lower when the stock market started to fall out of bed, and we started to recover as the stock market started to recover. But we still got this massive overhead supply above the broken support level. So my strategy on this one is to attack it from the short side. Yesterday, I got in after the retracement of the. We had a bearish outside day the day before yesterday, which I think marked the end of the correction. So this is the corrective low, and then a kind of ABC type thing up to here. So an outside session here, and then yesterday an inside session. So consolidation in the short term. So just really kind of probing this thing from the short side, looking for the bears to come back in and for this thing to start to head down again. But a little bit frustrating in the short term because it's been quite choppy, really. A lot of choppy activity. But for me, a lot of overhead supply on this thing. So I'm looking for this bounce today so far, to top out perhaps around current levels before it starts to head back down again. On the Elliott picture from the low, I've got this as an ABC rally, a three-wave rally. So you have one A, then the B, and then the C should break down in 5 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that for me is a clear ABC corrective bounce. And the longer term picture for me, based on that descending triangle, which is broken, and the retest of it, which we're seeing now, is quite bearish. So apart from foreign exchange, which as everybody's we're talking about, has got very boring the last few days, we've gone into consolidation mode. So I think in the absence of that, sometimes it's good to look at maybe some of the other markets that are doing things, and you're talking about Bitcoin as well, and even gold. It's nice to be looking at some of the other markets that are giving opportunity, because it's funny that sometimes markets, they will move at the same time. Other times you'll find that they present different markets are resting, other markets are trending. So so sometimes you'll get opportunities in different places. So that's really what I'm looking for on crude oil. On to gold, while we're kind of on commodities, just to kind of reiterate what we looked at before, really, is that we are, I think, still in this corrective phase. So yeah, we topped out here just below 3,500. First leg down, minor correction yesterday, and today we're starting to break down in what seems to be the second leg of it. I think it's just going to be an ABC correction, so 3 legs down. So there's the first leg, second leg, and then we're heading perhaps into this zone here, 3,200-ish. We've got the previous high that comes in at 31.67. So this kind of ballpark for me would be play the short side until we get into this zone, and then think about the longer term and going back in and looking for new highs. But it just seems to be consolidation for the time being.
Yeah.
So that's really my kind of thoughts on the other markets. Markets which are not too related, I suppose. The yen crosses on the currencies. My charts are gone a bit funny. We're still stuck in ranges on the yen, on the euro and the pound against the yen, but it looks like there's a bit of an upside bias within these ranges, and that might be linked to the fact that the stock market has stabilized a bit, and the yen carry trade comes back into play. The yen weakens generally, so it could well be we're testing the top side of these ranges. So euro yen, it's it looks like it's holding at the top end of the range, so maybe it wants to push a little bit higher. So we see a bit of yen weakness, and that may even time what you guys are talking about with the Swiss franc, Igor. The Swiss franc weakening, the currencies which are seen as safe haven, as the stock market stabilizes, the yen and the Swiss franc, they start to give back some of their gains. It could be something like that. So a little bit of weakness, or rather strength on the yen crosses. That's sterling yen, euro yen comes in here. So
One question
similar
for
kind
you,
of
Howard.
picture, really. So just sort of settling at the top end of the range. Maybe wants to have another little push at the
Yeah, I have one more question for you, Howard. I think that in one of the beginning of the sessions that you have here, I think that you live in Swiss right now. Am I right?
I do, yeah.
Yes, yes. So we can get the best information. So, what do you think about the Swiss franc? So, what do you think about future of the Swiss franc and the strength of the Swiss franc? What is your opinion? Because I hope that you have much better view when you were in Switzerland.
Yeah. So I'm still a bear on dollar Swiss. I'm still bearish on dollar Swiss. So this is the weekly, where we've had the big range, a bit like dollar index, I suppose, where we've had the kind of the big impulsive breakdown, and right now we're seeing a bit, bearish outside week, and I think we're just consolidating. So again, I think it's one of these things where we're just correcting the move down, and then we see some more dollar weakness. So yeah, I'm treating it as a kind of as a dollar play rather than a Swiss franc play. Although that chart of Euro Swiss, it looks like there's a little bit of support down at the bottom on Euro Swiss. Maybe you want to take a look at that one a bit later. Yeah, so I think some temporary strength on dollar Swiss, but again, seeing this as a bear market bounce for me.
Yes.
So a lot of broken support that I think we need to clear before we can think about something stronger.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You guys got any thoughts on the Swiss franc as on its own as a independent entity?
Yeah, I thought it was weaker this earlier this week, especially on the 4-hour charts. But I just don't like the way the larger charts, like the D1 and the weekly, look on them. I still think there's it's just too early to tell what's going to happen. And with almost every currency, there's just so much consolidation going on. The market needs to choose a direction, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't predict anything right now. A good thing to look out for, especially in this time, is to see a group of a currency group, every single pair in that currency group either line up against a major support or resistance area, and that is an indication of an imminent move, or you got some news that comes
Yeah.
out, news catalyst that comes out, strong announcement or something like that, that just shakes everything up, and then
Yes.
the market chooses a direction. But right now there is no direction. So it's kind of
Yeah.
hard to say where things are going to go, especially in the next couple days or maybe even next week. It's just when the market shows you nothing, you can't do anything.
Yeah. No, agreed. Sometimes it's better just to sort of stay on the sidelines until you get clearer picture.
Yeah, it's like it's a good time to
And that's
vacation.
and yeah, no, as you said before, it's very good advice. You know, cut the position sizes down, wait until things really tidy up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a crucial point for almost any trader. You know, when you get into, especially for me, you know, with my trading system, I like to focus on the higher time frames and hold trades for longer positions. So when you don't have the ability to do that, your trading style has to adapt. So you're just looking at intraday movements rather than larger, you know, trends. You know, I think today's intraday movement was on gold to sell it, but I didn't sell it. One, because I was too late to it, but two, it's counter trend. You know, I don't every the market as a whole isn't showing much direction, and I think that could certainly impact gold as well. You know, that was my thought process going into it. So I thought if I get into a position and sell gold right now, even though it's going down, I could get whipsawed, or you know, something weird could happen.
Yeah,
You know, the moves are just less stable at this point. So I thought it was just better for me to stay out. Obviously, that was a wrong call today because you know, I could have made some money, but again, I think, you know, if you're thinking long term and in terms of consistency and just keeping yourself safe, I think it was a right call. You know, moving forward, because I can't complain. Earlier this
Yeah.
week, you had thousands of pips. You know, we had thousands of pips available. So, especially on gold. So I'm not in the need to rush into anything and force a trade when it doesn't need to be traded. So
yeah,
Yes.
so yeah.
yeah.
So, guys,
Just out of interest, I mean, I was going to say just out of interest on other markets, the stock markets are looking quite stable in that we're starting to see, well, we've seen the formation, I think, of a bullish outside week on the Nasdaq and the S&P.
Hmm.
Bullish outside, meaning that we've broken through the previous week's low, and now we've subsequently broken through the previous week's high. So it's going to be a kind of an engulfing outside week by the looks of things. So that's quite constructive, I think. If you're looking at the stock market, if you're really bearish, then this is a bit of a warning sign, I would say, at least in the short term. And also we've had the big low, the panic sell-off, big bounce, an inside week last week, and then an attempt at pushing lower this week, and now here we are. We're breaking through the last couple of weeks' highs. So, if you're short the stock market, I'd be a little bit careful, and maybe
yes,
even start to play it from the long side. I think, just based purely on what's happening on the weekly chart.
yes,
That's the NAS, and onto the S&P, a similar kind of picture there. Let's see, my charts have gone a bit funny again. I need to fix them. Let's get the
yes,
weekly. Yeah, that's the S&P. So a similar kind of idea there, in that we had the big kind of sell-off, big bounce 2 weeks ago, inside week last week. This week an attempt at pushing lower, but here we are. We're back up through the top of not only last week's high, but the previous week's high as well. So a warning if you are short the stock market, and maybe if you play the stock market, think about going long, I think.
Hmm. Nice. Yeah.
yeah,
Also, if anybody
yeah.
has any questions, please let us know.
So
We'd
it's,
be
it's
happy to answer.
Yes. If you have any
absolutely.
question, meanwhile, I can show you if you interesting something that I watched last couple days, which is for me a little bit interesting here. If you use a trading view, because it's a completely free, in a upper left corner you have a add symbol. However, you can add any symbol on this chart. And the good thing is, if I'm on British pound dollar, I can add a euro dollar as a symbol here. And now I can watch and see how British pound dollar and euro dollar act in the market in the same time. The same thing you can do with US dollar too. But the euro dollar is very a good thing when I see on the chart that one currency pair is leading and other is following. This is very good because if you know that last several weeks euro dollar is leading in the trend, and the British pound dollar following euro dollar, then on the time frames and on the lower time frames, usually we can see 15 minutes, half hour before movement for the euro dollar, and later we to see the same movement for the British pound dollar, which can be very, very interesting. So I had several times that similar things for the British pound and the euro dollar. And for example, you can see here how euro dollar starting to go bullish, and just maybe half hour after that, British pound dollar start to go bullish. So this is the very, very good thing sometimes to enter into the market in the right way. And
Yeah.
of course, we need to have a lot of triggers when we want to create our trade. But this is very good thing. And another thing for everyone that watch right now, as you can see, you have here tab economy, so you can put interest rate or some reports here and put it on the British pound dollar chart, and then analyze, oh, what's happened with price for British pound dollar if we increase this rate on this year, and why is that, why is not. So very good for analysis, especially for fundamentals and sometimes for the technicals. And another thing that I just want to tell related to this week is one interesting behavior here. I will just remove euro dollar from the chart. This is the simple moving average 50 on 1 hour chart. Sometimes, not always, of course, this can be very good tool to see false breakout, or just of course to have a bias for our trading. But the good thing is that sometimes, like we have this week, is sometimes we see the bullish bias for during the Asia session, but we forget to catch and to analyze what's happened with the pivot point and simple moving average in 1 hour chart. What's happened after that Asia push, and usually what's happened is, if we see that the price struggle and around the simple moving average and or in some zone of the pivot point, and we see that price didn't break that zone, after that we see the pullback. And I think that this week several times we had the same example. Right now we are looking for that we are above a simple moving average 50 on the chart for British pound dollar. However, this zone here, hold this zone, is a pivot point area. If I draw a pivot point and put, I have one special indicator that I use my algorithm trading systems. For people that maybe don't know what I'm doing, I'm usually calculate the pivot point ordinary, or when I take previous high, previous low, and previous close. But I create a pivot point as a middle line when I calculate previous high plus previous low divide with 2. And then that difference between that pivot point prices, I put and create hold zone. And that zone is very, very good to determine what happened with price during the Asia session, Euro session, and US session. And when I see that price oscillate in the pivot point area, I'm trying not to think about that trade. Or if I'm in the trade, I do not doing nothing. I just watch the price. So right now, when we watch British pound dollar, even that we think, oh, this is the push upside, or this is the push bearish push, or something like that. No, we are in choppy market. We are completely in the pivot point zone, and this is the good thing, because sometimes that pivot point area at this simple moving average can help us not to enter into the trade, just to avoid to enter into trade, and to be calm and wait for some push, either below that pivot point zone, either to above a pivot point zone. So I just wanted to share with you that thing. And
do you look at pivot points based on daily ranges or multiple day ranges?
when I do the intraday trading, I use just yesterday low, yesterday high, and yesterday close. But
Okay,
of
cool.
course, if I create a swing orders or swing systems, I use the multiple days.
Yeah.
So it's hard. I know that that you are expert advisor developer as same as me. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to ask you because you use Elliott waves. I just want to ask you: have you ever tried to implement Elliott waves not on the 4 hour or daily chart, uh, then on the intraday charts, for example, euro dollar, British pound dollar, and try to see are there any improvements or good trades there? Um,
Yeah. Yeah, I must admit, I don't use Elliott Wave for algorithmic style stuff because I find it very, very difficult to code it and to
yeah,
identify things. So maybe that's just me. I'm sure there is a way to do it, and I think there is some software programs out there that attempt to do it. But for me, Elliott Wave is really about kind of interpretation yourself.
yes,
It's how you read the the waves and everything. So I try to keep that very separate to the algorithmic stuff that I do, which is much more based on price levels and calculations, etc. But essentially, when I'm doing a longer term type trade, I try to I'll add the size in the direction of the Elliott wave view. So I kind of
yeah.
tilt it in that direction, if you will.
Excellent. Me too, because I never have any success using the Elliott waves in the systematic approach. I didn't succeed in that. But when I
Yeah,
create expert advisors, I'm trying to use, like you said, previous yesterday high, yesterday low, Asia session low high, or some previous high and lows, and play algorithms around that levels. So
yeah. No,
usually I apply that.
yeah, totally. I'd say most of my stuff is really based upon daily ranges, volatility, price patterns, and things like that. So yeah, it's very much a levels type thing, which you can easily identify and you can put into a code if you're doing code. So
Yes.
anything that's easy to tell a computer, then you can do it, I think. But when it comes to interpreting price patterns and things, which involves multiple bars or candles, then it becomes a bit difficult to tell a computer exactly how to identify, for example, an ABC or a triangle or whatever. It becomes a bit difficult to tell it what you can see. But
Okay.
as I say, I'm sure there are people out there that much cleverer than me that have developed software that can identify these things. It's easy to identify a candlestick, for example, or a bar chart,
Yes.
kind of an outside bar, an inside bar, or a bullish engulfing, or a harami, or something like that. That's quite easy to code and identify. But something as big as, for example, an ABC correction, then it becomes a bit harder to identify, I think.
Hmm.
So, for example, I have agents and we make automated systems very often, and there is a huge difference between retail traders and I think institutional or a little bit bigger serious traders, because retail traders, they have hundreds of indicators, a lot of complicated systems, and the guys
Yeah,
who manage a lot of money, their systems are so simple sometimes that they
yeah,
just watch two rows, maybe this is the most, and they want from me, please add one filter more, and this is it.
Hmm.
So their systems are robust, which is I think that manual trading should be like that. So we never should overcomplicate the trading. That can
yeah.
lead, I think, bigger problems than anything else.
I agree, and there are so
Yeah.
many different indicators that you can look in any toolbox on MetaTrader or TradingView or whatever. There's so many things that you can use, and I think the mistake a lot of people make when they start is that they're looking for that one kind of holy grail indicator
Yeah.
that predicts every twist and turn of the markets, and you're not
Yeah.
gonna find it. You'll find indicators that work, and also I think there's a lot of duplication because many of the indicators, the oscillators, they do the same thing. You know, if you're looking at a stochastic, an RSI, a CCI, or whatever it be, or so many different alternatives, they're going to tell you the same kind of thing invariably. So if you're going to use more than one indicator, I think it should be telling you something different, maybe based on volume, maybe based on volatility, instead of you know, RSI, where you're looking for divergences or overbought, oversold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, things like there are some oscillators, obviously, like stochastics and RSI, which have got unnatural barriers, you know, 0 and 100 kind of thing. I think there, if you're looking at an oscillator which, for example, I don't know, rate of change or momentum, which doesn't have an upper or lower limit, that might be a better way to play it, because then you can see natural areas of overbought and oversold. What's
Yeah.
worked in the past, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you can't really. At one point, I mean, you put so many indicators on your chart, it starts to look like someone just threw up on it. So you'll find out something really quick. I'll tell you, you'll find your
Yeah.
account balance getting lower.
oh yeah,
So
yeah,
so
yeah,
yeah, you know, try to get rid of as much noise as you can. It's always
yeah,
nice to have a clean chart and
yeah,
simple,
yeah.
simple, just like Igor said. You know, simple is better.
Yeah, I agree. And because literally you're going into battle when you're trading, you know,
Yeah,
you want things to be as clear as possible, as simple as possible, so you're not, you know, you're not going to freeze when the time comes, you know. And also you're
Right.
not going to kind of I guess a mistake a lot of people make is you're in a position, then suddenly things change because you're in a position and you're risking capital. Then you're looking for indicators to kind of confirm your position.
yeah,
That
yeah.
that can be bad. That can be very dangerous.
Right.
Because you can always find what you want.
Yep.
This is the
Yeah, right.
biggest problem. So,
Yeah,
so
the market's oversold. It's oversold. It's oversold. It's even more oversold. Yeah,
yes, yes. So I just had one client, and he had he looking for the V shape on the chart,
yeah,
and for example, you can find a pattern of the free bearish candles and then free bullish candles,
yeah,
and using the just volatility and that simple rule, he created a system which is really during the years 20, 30 years can be very profitable. Not so much profitable as some traders want, but you see how very simple things are very productive. But the good thing is in all that systems, if you want to use RSI, okay, but you use only one oscillator, and this is it. If you use the free different
yeah,
oscillators, it's just a stupidity, because all of them will show almost the same thing. And
Yeah.
the good thing, if okay, you can find one pattern, then you can play with ITR and the volatility, and you can play with volume, and you can have a free four indicators, but they need to be completely different.
yeah,
Then you have a different triggers to create your trade, which is really really good. So I think but from my point of view, I think that manual trading is always the better trading, because you have a better edge, better control, better preparation, and you will avoid some stupid trades, because even you create excellent algorithm, that algorithm very often will create a trade with as a human I will never create, which
Yeah.
is really really frustrating sometimes. So, do you have any chart, guys? Anything to share? Something
I
interesting?
wish. I wish. I mean, gold was amazing for me this week, but these last 2 days, you know, I completely sandbagged on Wednesday, and I missed that humongous move to the downside where we had almost like a 3% move to the downside. But yesterday, you know, even though it's been a great month, you get humbled. So the market will always find a way to humble you. And yesterday was a great example. It
yeah.
wasn't,
That's
you know, I didn't have
absolutely.
a major. I didn't have a loss yesterday. It was a slight profit I got out in, but again, it puts you back to baseline and saying, okay, you know, you have to accept it. For me, you know, if I go back into that, if you mind allowing me to share my screen again,
Yes,
uh,
please.
if I go into this trade again, You know, when I got in, oh my God, I have to scroll all the way back. Give me 1 second. There you go.
Mm.
You know, when I got in and this pair moved up, I could have just easily held my position and said, you know, this week gold has been making extreme moves, and I can certainly just stay in and hope for the best. But you have to stay disciplined to your trading system, and you know, for me specifically, that momentum failed at this point, so I have to get out. It doesn't matter, you know, it wasn't my time today. That's what I like to say to myself. There's always another opportunity. It's getting close to bedtime for me, and uh, it's better to just walk away at that point. The market got the best of you. It's so easy to just throw all of the progress you made earlier, you know, in the month with one or two trades because you're holding on to that hope factor. So you have to learn to
Yeah.
get off that and actually think with a clear mind. And you know, trading it's a constant battle with that. You know, we all of us sitting here are not experts every single day. You know, we have our own mistakes that we make, and we show them here too. But even the greatest traders in the world, I mean, I'm sure they'll tell you they're always it's always a constant uphill battle. So keep ways to get yourself back to baseline and keep a clear mind every single time you're in front of the charts. You know, the moment you start to see and feel those emotions taking control, it's better to just close the computer and just walk away. Take a walk, or you know, get all that anger and frustration out some way, or just anxiety out some way. That I think that's for this current period in the markets, I think that's a really something you should be working on, and um, that's certainly what I'm going to be doing. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
going to be sitting here looking at this XAU chart all day or Bitcoin chart all day. I'm certainly going to be living life and, you know, getting away from the charts, getting away from the markets.
Yeah.
It's always nice to get back to baseline. So
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely good to to unwind and do what what you really enjoy and spend quality time with people that you want to be with and all the rest of it.
yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
it's also I also find at times like this when there's not a lot going on, it's always good to kind of look back and kind of review stuff that you're doing.
Yeah,
Sometimes you can come up with some really good new ideas, things. For example, if a market has had a big move up or down and you've not caught it, it's good to look at it and think, could I develop something which can catch it next time it comes around?
yeah, yeah,
Because it's so easy to develop things and to go in a certain way and say this is the excuse me, this is the only way to trade. But
right.
there are many ways to trade, and you're always learning, I think.
Yeah, and I
um,
also, you know, this is your time to um if you look at you know, for me personally, this is my time to drill down the charts even harder. You know, the market's going sideways, there's no opportunity, so that's why I'm going to be doing my multiple time frame analysis even more than I would usually when there's a trending market. Because when there's a trending market, you already know what's going on. You don't even need to do
mm.
your analysis some days because it's so clear. But on days like these, when the market's in this sort of situation, you got to drill down the charts harder and more often, and then you know, spot potential opportunities that are coming up. So this is not your key to just go and party. That's not absolutely not what we're saying. We're saying to sit on your hands and be patient. I think that's what we're saying. Don't just completely walk away. You know, keep tabs on everything. Keep doing your analysis. Um, keep your eyes on the charts, but don't get sucked into forcing a trade.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can just put on the screen just to see, for example, what's happened with the US dollar, because we didn't analyze the US dollar a lot, because we know it was really down, now started to go up. What I add on the chart, I took last year, beginning of the last year, put a low and high, and put what is the projection of the pitchfork for this year. And no one can know that we will touch this really ultimate low for the US dollar. However, I think that the first thing that we can recover is this area here. This area that we are right now outside this pitchfork area, and the next then we can go above the. I just need to see which level is this. This is the somewhere, yes, around 103 level. So then if we reach 103 level, we can analyze then what will happen with US dollar when come in the normal yearly range, as we can uh, um, I think that it will happen somehow. So but what do you think? Do you think that this drop of US dollar is only because of the tariffs, or it's something else?
I think that had something to do with it for sure. It for sure had an impact on it, but yeah, I mean that's all I can add. I have no
Yeah,
clue what else is gonna happen.
yeah. For me, I've got a long-term view on the thing. If I can just get my
Yes, please.
let's
Yes,
change
please. I
change
like
that to
long-term views.
the bigger picture, if you will.
Mhm.
1 second. Okay.
Yes, you are on stage.
Okay. So. Okay, so this is obviously dollar index going back way back. So from 2008 until 2022, I think we've done a bear market rally. So in Elliott wave terms, it breaks down as A, B, C, then a correction of that, then A, B, C, and that completes it. That's the whole correction. The long-term trend is down. If we go back even further, 1985 Plaza record, it was up. It was much higher, and even in the 1970s when it got floated, it was much higher than that. So the long-term trend for the US dollar is down, and I think this whole thing has been a bear market bounce. So from 2022, the high here, we've had the first leg down, and then we had that three-wave correction, A, B, and C. And then this is kind of the early stages of the next leg of the bear market, I think, in my opinion. So that's a cyclical high back in 2022, and we're starting to break down in what is the early stages of the bear market, which I think will take us much lower on over the longer term. So that's kind of where I am with that. Just out of interest, I think I might have mentioned this before, but also you got the political cycle in there as well, in that Republican administrations since Nixon have tended to see double-digit declines in the value of the US dollar. I think the only exception really was like Jimmy Carter, for where the Democrat administrations have been quite good for the dollar, whereas Republican have been quite bad for the dollar for whatever reason. I don't know whether it's by accident or by design, but typically Republican administrations tend to oversee a weaker dollar. So that really does, and it played out very well over Trump #1. Saw a weaker dollar, Biden saw a stronger dollar, and now we're starting to see a weaker dollar under Trump #2. So that really fits the pattern for me. So I think overall the dollar doesn't look to be very good over the longer term. And obviously you're going to get these short-term news items and things which drive it one way or the other. But the overall trend for me is really down. We've had a big long up cycle in the dollar, and now I think we're ready to start a big down cycle in the dollar, as we saw back in this period. We go back even further. I think the chart goes back. 1985 was the Plaza record, and the dollar was much higher. So there is a big kind of downtrend in play for the US dollar, and the bear market rallies are massive. They're complete bull markets in terms of how they look, but ultimately they get reversed ultimately. And I think we are in that kind of phase now where the dollar should be headed lower over a multi-year period. So that for me is why we've seen this big sharp move down lately, the last few months, is that we've trapped these guys who bought the break, the break of the A leg high here. These guys that bought the breakout here, they became trapped, and then boom, we're straight back down again. So yeah, so for me, the long-term picture is very, very bearish for the US dollar. But obviously, short-term, we need to make money trading, so we need to zoom in to much shorter-term charts to make money. But just to give a bit of a longer-term perspective from my view, based on the Elliott wave structure and on the presidential cycle. I think we're going to see a weaker dollar. This is not just a temporary pullback, in my opinion.
Yes, I have one question about if you make a swing positions and maybe a longer term positions and use Elliott waves, how many triggers do you have when you need to decide to enter in such of that trades? What is your process? Do you have some special triggers that you use in that longer approach?
Yeah. So you, I mean, Elliott wave is it's not for everybody, and I think it can be a little bit misconstrued, misrepresented. You're not trying to catch every single move, and for me, the way to use Elliott wave is really to identify the ABC correction. That's the most important thing to identify. So if you can identify the end of an ABC correction like this one, then an entry point would be to go in the opposite direction to that of the ABC. So for me, I got mega bearish on this kind of breakdown here. That's when I entered kind of longer term positions here. So once you can identify the 3-wave move has been completed, that's the point at which I want to take a trade based upon Elliott wave. So if that hopefully that answers your question in terms of trade location. To wait for completion of a 3-wave move.
And do you use some additional triggers?
And
because
then
it's a swing trade.
Yeah, so it's really about pattern identification. So that would give me my broad-based pattern in terms of the direction that I want to trade, and then obviously you'll drill down into more shorter-term things, and again look for ABC, look for 3-wave completions on the shorter-term time frame. So as I say, the main thing for me is identifying the key patterns really, and then using them. Rather than anticipate that a pattern is going to complete, it's better to wait for it to actually be complete and then to use it and trade against it.
Yes, very nice.
That's how I would use Elliott wave in terms of not only forecasting but also giving me a directional bias and getting in for a trade.
Yes, it's very difficult to use Elliott wave sometimes because you sometimes are not sure, is this beginning of the Elliott wave or this is the some other, and you a little bit lose your bias sometimes, and not always, but I had a problem in the past, so it's not always the clear picture.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's very subjective. It's very subjective. But then I guess a lot of chart analysis can be quite subjective as well. Just basic identifying a pattern, for example. What is the correct trend line to use? That can be quite subjective too. Some people, they draw their trend lines connecting highs and lows, which is the traditional way. Other people will put their trend lines through the price action. So there are many different ways that you can kind of skin the proverbial cat, if you will.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. So because we have 1 or 2 minutes before the end, I just want to look together the calendar for the next week, just to see what we can expect the next week. And this is the calendar, and I think that there's no such a so important news. Okay, we have a CPA for Aussie. Then for the important things, I think we have advanced GDP and employment cost, but
we got payroll. We have payrolls on Friday.
Yes,
maybe?
it will be, I think, NFP, because just to see, yes, NFP
Nice,
will have
okay.
in the end of the week, so it will be very interesting just to see But what to expect? I just think because of these tariff wars and the problem for a lot of companies, maybe we can see maybe bad numbers for the U.S. economy. I know that a lot of people lost the jobs because of this tariff war and problem in the stock industry last month. But we will see. I know that the toughest way to predict is NFP. I think it's really like a roulette.
Yeah. I don't know why people do it. You know, these economists, they pop up and they give their forecast, and most of the time they're wrong.
And the worst thing is when we see the results and expected value, then we see reaction of the market that there's no clue for that. And this is sometimes, not always, but the last 1 month, I think that every single important news, I think that market just reject and without any reaction there.
So I say the good thing about these numbers is that you can see the market's hand. You know how they react to the news.
Yes.
So if it's a really weak number, you're expecting like +127 there on the non-farm employment change. If it comes out much weaker, then the dollar sells off, etc. But then watch what happens afterwards. Does that move get reversed? And that can tell you which way you should be positioned, I think.
Right. Yeah. I never pay attention to any of the news announcements in terms of like what the actual numbers are. I couldn't care less because there's so many times where I've seen positive numbers or negative numbers, and the market does something crazy. So look at what the price action tells you and where's the money flowing. Go with the money. That's pretty much it. So
agreed.
Well, I think we've reached the end of our session here, but yeah, appreciate everybody watching, and
greetings to the Elvis because of this comment. Just if you next time have any trade idea, you can put the comment here during the session, and I hope that coaches will answer you.
Well, good.
So this is it, guys. I wish you a great weekend. I wish you warm weather and nice trades next week.
All right, guys.
Have a great one.
Yeah, see you next week.
Okay,
take care.
Bye bye.
Hey, Paul, how's it going, man?
Right, it's going.
It's going.
you?
Yeah, it's,
Going.
I'm frosties. I'm great. It's Friday.
I've
It's
been having that in a long time.
Friday. Yeah, so let's have a look. I don't know what you thought of today. Today was very interesting. We'll talk about Bitcoin in a moment. But we'll probably start with the US tech, which is the NASDAQ. Then I'll go over to the pound US dollar, and then just some thoughts on Bitcoin. So let me just quickly share my screen. Okay. Well, can you see my screen clearly? Can you see the price action? Do I need to zoom in a little bit? Maybe I'll zoom in a little.
Yeah,
There you go. All right. Right. So yesterday we broke out of this this resistance level. So I think the picture is becoming a little bit clearer. This is the 200 EMA, so we're still below the 200 EMA. I think it's probably likely that we're going to test that 200 EMA because of the fact that we broke out of that resistance level. So that's becoming more likely. But I just quickly wanted to show, you see, like, you know, when I trade or when I scalp the NASDAQ, I don't really go further out than the daily just to see if I can get a clear bias. If not, that's fine. I'll just focus on the smaller time frames. But I never really showed like what this looks like on longer time frames, like how we typically look at, well, any other market, whether it's the pound US dollar or Bitcoin or gold or whatever it may be. But if you look at the monthly time frame here on the NASDAQ, just look at that support level, how it found support there. Right? This is on the monthly time frame. And this is with all the noise and the drama and the tariffs. It's just really interesting to note that the technicals still play out, right? Especially on the longer time frames. It still respect these levels. So that was the support level on the monthly. If you look at the weekly, well, kind of similar thing, yeah. But I wanted to show you, if you look on the daily time frame, just how beautiful it bounced off there. And this was the $5 trillion day that we spoke so often about. But yeah, it was just something I wanted to mention, that if you look over the longer time frames, you know, those technical key levels are respected regardless of what's going on. But that's obviously on the longer time frame. On the shorter time frame, it's way more difficult to time your entry and that sort of thing, if that makes any sense, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, right now we did break out of that resistance level on the daily time frame. So I think, well, it's really, it's still okay, because the thing is, like, you're now in this little range here, but you did break out of that resistance. So we'll see how the day close. Are we going to close below again, or is it going to hold up above that resistance level? You're still in the downtrend, so we'll see what happens there.
It's a bit difficult because of that candle close on the 8th, 9th, something like that. That candle close, that huge candle you're just mentioning. Because it,
well, this one, yeah,
because it had its nose or whatever out the top. It's making that breakout a little ambiguous, right? Because it's a range again, right? And but I think you're right. I mean, it's got the next place is the moving average.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of, like, if you are someone who plays the longer term game, it's a very difficult spot to kind of make any big decisions, right? Yeah, okay, because again, like a key, or if you want to be in a trade for, if you want to, like, in a swing trade, so in a position for some time. When I say some time, I'm talking like a week, maybe 2 weeks, potentially even longer than that. You really want to, the probability has to be very high for it to work. In other words, you want to, like, definitely trade in the same direction of the trend, right? It needs to be a very solid setup. It's very different to, we'll have a look at some other setups as well, where the probability is not the same. And then you typically need to trade a lot smaller. But based on that,
two kind of plays there, I suppose, isn't there, right? Based on what you just, because obviously, we can't go against the tide. So the next obvious thing for a long is back at support again, right? You had all those wicks. Are we going to see it? Probably, I don't know, probably not. Hopefully not, right? But that's the way you have to think. So it would be a case of, where am I entering in that lower range, right? The top of the lower range, maybe, you know, or you're waiting for the moving average to be retaken, and then you're looking to come in on the retest, right? Right now, it's a bit, and I mean, I wouldn't even short it because
no,
I mean, that wick we saw on the higher time frame. I don't know, it was
the monthly. Yeah.
I mean that's beautiful. It's attractive, but it's not something I can trade off, right?
No. I mean, ideally, you wanted to because you are in an uptrend, and say you live in a cave or something, you've got no access to what's going on with things like the tariff, and you've got absolutely no idea. You're just looking at technicals. You probably would have looked for an opportunity to go long towards the support level.
Yeah,
that would have make perfect sense to go long there. And then a retracement to where? Well, you can look at Fibonacci levels. There are many different places, or ways to create or identify potential profit-taking areas. This level here would also be one, right?
It's just these, right, it's just these inorganic moves. It's just they're so difficult.
Yes, very difficult to trade. Very difficult to trade, but not so difficult on the scalping, to be honest. That's a difficult. We'll see if we can find something. It is Friday. The first hour and a half is already over. I don't like to trade the NASDAQ after the first hour and a half on a Friday. It's just not. It just doesn't work for me. Over time, I just know that's not a good idea.
Well, last Friday you laid down a Bitcoin trade. So why do we do that again?
Oh, you've been on the 15-minute time frame? Yeah, I remember that one.
Wherever the price action is, just go.
Yeah, just go. Oh yeah. Oh no, that was 2 weeks ago. Are you talking about that long trade? That
all the weeks just blend into each other.
I know. They're all the same. All the days are the same. All right, so that's the NASDAQ. So the pound US dollar, right? The pound US dollar. Oh, we got pretty close to the neckline today, but this was last night. This was the candle that formed during our session, right? It looked like it was going to reject of that 50 Fibonacci level, but I just want to quickly go through that again. And we spoke about this yesterday. So it bounced off that 50 level. Let me just go to the 1 hour just for price action to be a little bit more clear. Okay, so there was the 50, and it came back down. In our session, it was right at the 50 again. Okay, it was actually this candle, and then it rejected. But we spoke about yesterday, like once price goes to a resistance level, right, like a relatively strong resistance level, like a FIB level or support resistance, whatever it may be. I'm talking about static horizontal levels. And it comes back there again, it loses its significance. It's not supposed to come back there. Then you can expect it to go higher. It did go to the 61.8 and then came back down. I am still not interested because I'm waiting for the 1.336 level. That's the neckline of the double top, double bottom. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Yeah, I got that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been touched, has it?
No, it came close to the 61.8, but that's not, and but we are in this range now, and obviously it's Friday as well. If you look at the daily time frame, yesterday we had that engulfing candle, and today we have this inside candle. Well, we'll see how the next week opens. The weekly time frame is very likely to have an upper shadow, so hopefully I can get my 1.336 because that is the level that I'm waiting for. If I don't get that level, it's not the end of the world. I will just wait for the price to break here, right? This low, just break for it to break there, and then I'll look for a retest of that level. This support
level. Either way. I mean, when you're looking at price action, obviously the first attempt to retest that neckline failed because there was other resistance in the way, right? That diagonal trend line or whatever, right? There's a little line there. Obviously not written on the chart for that purpose. But the second attempt again came higher but didn't reach it. Now that to me is a warning sign, right? However, it's right in the middle again, right? It could go either way from here, and it's just a waiting game.
Yes, because you're also getting this higher low, right? So you got that higher high, but you also got the higher low. So you are potentially looking at a little channel.
Yeah.
Do you see that? So not the greatest channel when you draw it, but it's definitely a higher high, right? And that's a higher low. So it could just bounce off there and then go there. But when you can draw, what did you say, Andre? Jannie dyed her hair. What are you talking about? It's him, his. What are you talking about? No, I don't dye my hair. I promise you. But nice to see you, Andre.
I definitely need to dye my hair.
I do have gray hair, actually. You're on the side. You can't see it properly. I have them. All right.
Sorry.
So the thing is like with when you can identify a number of scenarios, then that's your first clue that it's definitely not the right time to do anything. So you're gonna have to wait for key levels, right? So the key level for me is that 1.336, and I want to see a strong rejection of there, and that would make sense for me. So I will wait for that level. If not, again, I'll just wait for this low to break. So those are two. I've just narrowed it down to two scenarios, and that's.
It's first touch. It's the first touch of that neckline you want to capitalize on, not the second, the first.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. The first touch there, and then if I can get a rejection off there, and I will definitely look for the something like a more of a solid time frame, the 4 hour, not the 15-minute. It has to really reject off that level, like on the 4 hour, and obviously that will be the case on the smaller time frames as well. The daily will be too slow, so on the 4 hour, that would be great to get it off that data. So 1.336 is what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, if you imagine, this is a stupid metaphor, but it's totally stupid and ridiculous. But that's my bread and butter. Imagine, you see those city videos where people are walking into doors, right? We've all done it. I've walked into a patioed glass, double glazed door in my life, right? So imagine a trend line as a glass door for a convenience store. Okay, you don't see it, right? You run into it and you bounce straight off it, right? But then imagine you have another go.
Yeah. That's actually very accurate. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right. So, Andre, did you have a question?
Don't do that at home, folks. Don't do that at home. That's not trading.
Andre, you asked a question. Apparently, you're sort of sideways waiting for fall harder. Yeah, I think we had just answered that question. You want to. This is definitely not like just always look immediately to your left. Right, you are like banging in the middle of a range. This is the worst time to make any decisions, regardless of any little micro patterns that you may find on the 15-minute. And look at this, and engulfing or anything like that. They have very little significance when you're in the middle of a range. Very little. So wait for it to go to a key level. Like the money is made on key levels, at key levels. It's not made, right? That's just, you're going to get chopped up. Guessing.
Yeah, there's a channel there's a channel you can trade off, but it's when you're in the middle of,
it's lower. Yeah, it's lower probability, definitely. So you can trade the channel, but you need to recognize like what's this? Where would you rank this trade? Is it an A+ setup? Is it well, I don't like to call them A+, just like A, B, or C. And A is definitely something that comes off a very strong support level on a longer time frame. It can be the daily, the weekly, the monthly is even better. If it's in the same direction of the trend, those are your A's. Your B's is more like triangles and things like you draw, like that you have to draw yourself, because that's really discretionary. That's not everybody will identify it, or you can see a head and shoulders pattern and someone else was like, what are you talking about? That's not head and shoulders. Or double tops and double bottoms are much clearer to identify, because you just know you've got two little peaks and you've got a neckline. It needs to break the neckline, and that's pretty clear. And the C ones is typically when you are, well, basically like the Bitcoin trade, right? Where it's you going against everything. You're trying to take a pullback. Does that make sense? So and then the F minus ones are like when you try to take trades in the middle of a range. That's not a good idea. Okay, for anything, like for any type of setup, whether that's scalping, whether that's whatever it is, it's not. Just don't do it. Just wait. And
I mean, and just to explain principally a little bit, obviously you're in the middle of a range, but just principally speaking, right? You're in the middle of a tussle between buyers and sellers in the middle of a range, right? That's it. You're in the middle of a tussle, right? And whatever happens, right? It's very difficult to predict how that's going to go, right? Whereas when you look at that breakdown from the double top, right? It's much more clear. The price action is much more clear and definitive because the tussle is over, right? The tussle at the top is over now, right? So that's your opportunity as it breaks support to enter. But then then the next opportunity is at the bottom. But in the middle, you're in the middle of a scrap, which isn't going to get resolved until the price action hits resistance or hits support, right? So why it's just like rolling around in the dirt, right? So it's just principally just to leave it alone. But there's stuff you can trade off, but I wouldn't touch that.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is another example, right? This is the double top of formation. This is a pattern coming off a key resistance level of the weekly. This is a longer time frame. You really need to start to pay attention at key levels, and then you look at your patterns. Then you look at your engulfing candles and that sort of thing. Okay, or whatever it is that you like to look at, whether it's all the patterns and everything I just mentioned. But it has to be at a key level. That is really, really important. Okay, so that's my. Oh, there's Elvis. Have a nice day too. Paul, did you tell him have a nice day? But have a nice day, Elvis. I don't think I've seen you before.
Have a nice day, Elvis.
Yeah. So in terms of we spoke about this going lower, and if this goes and breaks this line over here, this is a much longer time frame. You could argue this is the 4-hour time frame, obviously. Then you could argue that this is a head and shoulders pattern. Okay, just to it can screw it up. I think if it goes up there and retraces, then that's not on anymore. I don't really like to call patterns before it's actually confirmed, and then you can say, okay, there it is. Even like a double top. A double top can look like a double top, but for example, say on let's go back to the 1-hour time frame. Right, so there you have the first peak. You come down, you make the second peak. Okay, you don't just enter here, but this could very easily just go into a range.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about with XRP.
Yeah, yes. So you can't call a pattern, whatever. You can say, it's potentially busy forming that, but you can't call the pattern until it's actually confirmed. Say, we've got a double top here.
Yeah, right? And it's the point of confirmation, which is the trading opportunity, right? And that's the thing. Yeah. So it's important to look. Obviously, people have to front run and create these patterns, right, with their trading, right? So we're not saying you want to be the person who is helping form these reversal patterns, right? There's techniques to do it, of course, but nonetheless, we as traders typically are wanting to let those people have their tussle, then we get confirmation, and then we go down. It's like we're talking about XRP, that we haven't had that confirmation, right? Because there's ambiguity of the neckline, right? And when there's ambiguity of the neckline, people aren't going to trade it with as much confidence as they have, for example, this pattern, which is much cleaner, right? And that's the issue. So you have to look at XRP and go, okay, so we've got this inverse head and shoulders potentially playing out, and we need to wait for confirmation. And if this happens, it's invalidated. And if this happens, I'm going to trade it this way. So that it's very, very, very important point.
Yeah. So if we, I mentioned this yesterday for the people watching who don't know, the target, I do think this is going to be a weak support level. That doesn't mean we won't get a bounce off there, but it's not going to be a reversal bounce all the way to the top, I don't think. It may change once we get there, and I don't really like to predict that far in the future. I have my levels that I've identified, the key levels. That's the most important thing. And then you switch over to price action and see how it behaves at those levels. Okay, it would be nice if it just kind of bounces.
Principally, like you said, doing the first touch methodology, right? It's had its first touch, it's broken out, it's retested, and now it's on its way. Now, if it hadn't have retested, then it would have been a more viable support buy, right? And that's the point I think we're trying to make. And this is a very important thing you can use for your strategy, right? So now you've quickly identified, because it's already been a foundation, if it goes down that low, we're probably looking at a little bit of a bounce, but it's going to be to the high of the bottom of that range, right? So that's all.
Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, once we get to this level, you probably will get a bounce, but a lot of people, that's not really part of my language when I trade. Like, people call about being trapped, right? I never think about things in those terms, but even though it's true, I know people get trapped and so on, but I never think in those terms. But it just looks like this is where it's going to go higher, and then it just fails on you. Okay, so the levels that's been identified here is that 50 Fibonacci retracement level, and then this level just below it, which is this level here, which hasn't been tested before. This support level here hasn't been tested before, so that is also a level to take. That's on the chart. Now, to which one is it going to go? I don't know. Okay, it's just a level of interest. That's where I would like to where I think it can potentially go down to. It doesn't mean I'm going to leave it open until that point. But this is definitely the level if you want to go, because I'm still bullish over the long term on the pound US dollar. But in the short term, I am bearish because, again, today's Friday, so we can have a good look at the dollar index. We're definitely forming that bullish hammer candle right at the support level. So there's a couple of hours left, but the markets will definitely slow down for the rest of the day. So I think we are going to get a correction here on the dollar index, and that's why the pound US dollar trade makes sense. Okay, the short anyway, over the next couple of weeks perhaps. Right, so those are the levels of interest. If it does trade to those levels, then that's only when you can start to think about going long. Hey, Robert, good to see you, mate.
Hi, Rob. Yeah, that range is that range you just point, that narrow range. It is again
this one.
No, just above that, just above.
That.
Yeah, so that space, not that space, just the little narrow range.
This here. The narrow range. Like, what are you talking about? Where's the narrow range?
I can't see the things. Just go put.
How many candles? How many candles to the right? Count.
I'm not playing that game. Just you see, right? You just talked about it, right? There was just above the 618, right? That little tiny little range above the 618, right? So there you go. So the price action acted as resistance, right? And then the rest of the range is transitory, right? There's no candle body close within it, right? So and because when you had the breakout, it's only been like a one candle touch. When it went down to check the support and resistance flip, using the same logic which we've been talking about first touches, that lower level just above the 618 hasn't had a touch yet since the breakout, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And because it's a transitory space, you're more likely to try and enter right at the bottom of that range, because that seems to be better support, right? I think that's the way you need to look at it.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. That is a very strong support level, and as you said, it hasn't been there before. So that if it can bounce off that level, you can target new highs. So that would be a great opportunity. That and they come around. Like, it depends on how many markets you watch. But I mean, on the pound US dollar, and I think that's mainly because of the news on the tariffs and all of that kind of stuff. We had more than usual. You remember this opportunity over here. Where was that? Oh, sorry, I'll have to go to the 4-hour time frame, which was this level here. See, that's the support level, which is pretty much identical to this level over here. It's exactly the same way of thinking, exactly the same way you identify the level. It's no different. So it broke out of that range finally, and then just failed, and it came to the support level. right? And then you had massive move. So, that's where the money is. The money is at the key levels. So yeah, you're going to have to wait quite a while. I don't know how long it's going to take to eventually get down here, but if it does, then that's your big opportunity. It's a swing trade. It's something going to leave open for a longer period of time. You definitely make more money on the longer time frames. It's just how it is, right? So not on the smaller time frames, even though you can still get your 1-2s and 1-2-3s and so on. It's the probabilities of the setups are very, very different. They're not the same. Your success rate will be lower. And, there's all sorts of other things like mental, what's it? Decision fatigue. That's a real thing. So if you get like a really good trade, you need to step away. You just need to step away and take a break and let the markets just reshuffle itself. And then you come back and then you plan out the next move, or not plan out the next move. Plan out the next move. Identify the next few levels. Okay, it typically won't be where you would like it to be when you go back to the charts, and then just look at the levels of interest where you may potentially be interested in. You always start with the longest time frame, the monthly time frame, and work your way down. Identify the levels, and then you just kind of sit and wait for that. Okay. Anyway. So that's the pound US dollar. Bias definitely short. Levels to wait for 1.336, or when it breaks this low, yeah. Okay, maybe you're gonna have to wait for the 132.058. I mean, and please don't think you're gonna miss out on this move. That is not the right way of thinking. Okay, because if you think that way, you are thinking about the outcome. You think about the amount of money you can make. You really need to focus on the charts. What are you trying to see there?
I'm looking at the 38.2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll draw a line there. There's nothing there. You've got this little peak there, but it's already kind of bounced off that, off the highest point there. See, that's where the support was. 38.2 doesn't have any significance.
Yeah, just trying to using the methodology we've been. So that's just my dog. Still struggling with a Doge position. Yeah, because obviously we had the first touch of the retest of the upper level for sure, right? Caught those wicks, yeah. Right? But so because of that, we know that obviously when it comes back down to that support level, which we've already had a bounce off, right? There'll be less interest. Okay, so where's the next level of interest? Right, it's the 30, the 382 or whatever, right? So I was just cocking my head.
Look, it will be the 38.2 may be a support level. But the problem is it's got now a pretty significant resistance above it, 2 touching points. Yeah. First time it will touch that. So it could be a good place to add to your position if price action allows it, right? If it doesn't just break through.
It's always a difficult proposition when to reach the support level you think would be ideal, you're ultimately losing the premise of the trade. Right. And I think you've got to be very cautious of that. So typically, the general, when you're trying to make sense of all of this, the general, I mean, I can't necessarily speak for this market, Jannie, this is your thing, but in the crypto space, it's my mind's just gone completely blank. That's very strange. That happens every now and again. What the hell was I talking about? Where are we? Who are you? Oh my God, what was
do you know what? I'll tell you about that in a moment. Yeah.
The point of invalidation. So when the bullish premise or bearish premise of the trade, whichever direction you're trading, wherever that line sits, where if the price action crosses it, that premise is no longer, we talked about like the double tops, right? And you get the break of the neckline, that you've got confirmation that the bullish premise is over and the bearish premise is coming. Now, the point of invalidation for any potential trade setup is typically the best place to look to enter, right? Now, and that has always been kind of I've always been trying to move my mindset towards that. It started off as a one level down strategy, by looking at the level I was planning to enter and then just entering one level down, right? If it gave me the opportunity. And I think, it's very easy to look at this trade look at like a bear flag or something, jump in the middle of a range, right, and then just cross your fingers, right? But what we're trying to do, of course, is find these points of pivot, right, and then get in at those points of pivot. And usually those pivot points happen around where the trade potentially will be invalidated, because obviously, when you have very bullish context, you have the price action going up, and it might not even, as it goes up retesting levels, it may not even touch them properly, right, and it just skirts them up like it's skating on ice. But most of the time, the price action does like to sit. It needs to find where it's supposed to be, because that's, of course, where the interest comes in. So just a food for thought for people paying attention to this and just thinking about these key levels and which of those key levels invalidates the trade. And then maybe that's the one you should be looking at.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Robert, you're pretty tired. You only had a couple of good trades this week and don't want to give any more back, so I'm not trading my futures account. I did catch the dollar-yen push last night. Yeah, that's a really smart move. That's a really smart move. You do have to. Well, we just spoke about it, right? You need to. You'll be more successful if you do fewer trades. That's just okay if you do it right. Because if you have to look for, I'm not talking about scalping on the 1 minute time frame, but even there, I do very few trades. If you look at whichever market it may be, the pound, dollar, some people look at everything that moves. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you know exactly what you're looking for. If you really have to wait for a level of interest, you're not going to place many trades. You're just not. So there's your first clue. If you place a lot of trades, you're doing something wrong, and you'll probably find that you're probably not identifying the key levels. That's the number one thing. What's the premise? What's the catalyst for the trade? It has to be something like, well, strong support in an uptrend on the weekly. Okay, that's fine. And now you can drill into smaller time frames, look for double bottoms, look for ascending triangles, or all the rest of the stuff, engulfing candles, and so on. And if you do that, you're just not going to place many trades. It's just as simple as that, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, I was having. Oh God, it's such a cliche when I say this. I'm not going to say it, but obviously, talk to a lot of traders throughout the day. Okay, cheeky, thanks. What I tend when students are getting to a certain point in their development as a trader, right? It's I really want them to, they understand patterns, they understand the mechanics, they understand how the indicators work, they understand price action trends, whatever market cycles, they've got that down, right? They may not be able to necessarily juggle all of those balls with clarity, but they're on the road, right? Now, I try and say to them, right, so what's your favorite setup, right? And they usually have an answer. So I like trading W patterns, Paul, right? And show me your approach. What do you need to see, right? What is it, right? How many W patterns have you traded, right? And then they'll tell me, right? So this is an example of a trade which worked out. And I said, fine. So what did you have? I had the 200 MA on with confluence with the support when it broke out of the triangle or whatever and came back down, right? I also had preceding that a golden cross with the 50 and the 200, right? And I had the price action preceding it in a macro uptrend and retaking a key level in the process. Now that setup has been successful. Now write it down. Write those things down that you need to see to buy a ascending triangle, right? So just write them down. And then you know that you need to see all of these things because it's been successful in the past before you enter a triangle trade. And therefore, you're very unlikely to find lots of them, right? You're looking for the one which works for you, that you know works, just like Michael and his strategy, right? It's very religious. You just stick to it, you rinse and repeat. But when you do that, when you have that, you're not going to be trading every day because you're waiting to see. You're trying to find that combination of things which you know has probabilities in your favor, right? As opposed to, well, this triangle pattern isn't as good as the one I traded yesterday, but I'm going to give it a go. That's not good, right? So if you're trading less, you're a better trader.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's an example right here. So this candle here is known, and now that I've zoomed in, it completely disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this candle that's an engulfing candle. That's an engulfing candle, right? That's a very strong reversal candle. Now, if you don't understand, and it's not really difficult to identify, it's just previous highs and lows on longer time frames. So if you didn't identify that and just look at little levels of interest and have a bias that you typically would get on a longer time frame, excuse me, then you would go, oh, wow, look at this very big rally. There's an engulfing candle. I love engulfing candles. And you're going to go, look at this big rally. This is going to drop. You see? And it's a 1-to-1, really. Right? So that's the thing. Like you can't just look at patterns. You can't just look at candle formations or just individual candles or hammer candles. They're pretty useless all by themselves. They become effective when you combine them. It's, again, we say this a lot. It's probability stacking. Here's another engulfing candle. This is a pretty strong rejection candle, right? But like, where are you? You're like in the middle of nowhere, and you are definitely pushing up with the resistance over here. So this is, you're not going to take this short. This is, well, obviously we've drawn these levels now based on the current price action, but at the time these levels were not there. So you'll just look at, oh, that's a strong engulfing candle. Look how it like completely took out that candle. We right down here. You'd be tempted to, if you just trade that. You can't just trade that. Okay, there needs to be some sort of context. What's going on the charts on the longer time frames? Where are your key levels? What's your bias? And then and if you do that correctly, you're going to ignore a lot of ascending and descending triangles and engulfing candles and double tops and double bottoms forming inside of a range. You're just going to ignore them because like right where we are now, okay, you are in that range. And if you see on the smaller time zone, it would be great if we can see something right here. Well, this you can probably call that. It's not entirely engulfing. It's just engulfing the body. It's not engulfing the entire candle. So unfortunately, not a great example. Yeah. Okay. Maybe, yeah. You can say that's an engulfing candle, right? But if this was now, like, would you go short here? Where's your profit target? Is it going to be, are you going to target the low? Do you understand what I mean? It's like there's your engulfing candle, and then you, yeah. So you target the low, and that would make sense. But if you don't see that you are in the middle of a range, then you'll probably take that trade. It's a very low probability trade. So you need to know where you are exactly. Like you're in a range, that's a very low probability trade.
An ascending triangle in the middle of a range is nothing compared to an ascending triangle following a bear trap at support, right?
Yeah.
They're two different things. One of them is very likely to play out. The other is not.
Yes, exactly. Robert, I have to be okay with the fact that what I used to do doesn't work for me anymore. Yeah, what's the point of in trying? I've been having more success waiting for swings, like you said. Just wait. Yeah. Break even, my friend. Just break even. If you don't trade for the day, guess what? You just broke even. That's a great result. Not many traders can say that. Not many traders can say that. You'll be ahead of like pretty much everyone. Well, yeah, because the success rate is very, very low among traders. So yeah, you'll definitely be ahead of most. That's for sure. If you don't trade, if you just wait. Right. So that's the
Andre's question from earlier on. I missed it. Is Paul is BTC the new digital gold? I get what you're saying. I think there isn't. I think Bitcoin is the digital gold. I don't think there's an old digital gold, right? Unless there's. So yeah. Look. Is it digital gold? Yeah. I mean, it's as close to gold as you can get, right? So for sure, yeah.
Bitcoin is looking at. We're going to go over to Bitcoin just now. Okay, but that's the pound US dollar. I think I've covered everything. What I'm waiting for, what I'm looking for, the bias, and also just looking at the dollar index. We could probably expect a bit of a retracement on there. So that kind of ties in very nicely what we see on the charts as well. So there's no mismatch there. All right, and then Bitcoin, Grandpa Bitcoin at a Viagra a few days ago, and it just doesn't want to wear off.
What in the world are you talking about?
It's just been going up. This is great. It's just great.
I'm pretty sure that expression is not going to catch on.
Well, you know, sometimes I'm like, I can't wait to hear what I have to say. But anyway, All right, so we hit this key resistance level. Now, this is the level I was targeting, 9,500. I thought the probability was no. This is a very good example of, because we spoke about what is the quality of the setup. Okay, the key levels, yes, definitely, very strong level. But what about the, if you go back to the monthly time frame and the weekly and everything else, it's definitely bullish, right? It's bullish. So this is a counter trend trade. This is a strong resistance level. We did get a pullback, but about halfway to the 9,500, and then we just pushed back up. This is now the second touch. Not as strong as the first one, but from this point, you can still expect it to come lower. You can make a, but this is, again, now you go into this territory of there's multiple scenarios that can play out. And when you get to multiple scenarios that can play out, it's not, you don't have a good argument. Okay, there can only be two. It's either going to go break out there, or it's going to come back low and break that there. So today we broke out to the high of that high. So I think that's really, really good for Bitcoin. That's very strong, because this is a strong resistance area, and that also means we're in this this messy area here. It doesn't mean we're going to get messy price action there. This is very kind of it's based on what happened during that time. Does that make sense? Just because we're back in that area doesn't mean we're going to experience similar price action. The most important thing is the price is the key levels. So we broke out of that now. So now we're above it. But we haven't broken out far enough for me. I think it's very dangerous to enter here. If I just draw this high for, but I mean, if you're long term, if you have some Bitcoin, it's definitely, you need to hold on to that. Okay? This is just kind of a short term pullback. It wasn't even a big trade. It was like a 1 to 2, a small little pullback. Didn't get it. Okay. So here is the very highest level of that. Let me just go to the daily again. Right there. Okay. So that's the highest point of this candle. This level here was the that was the body of the candle. That was my profit target when I got in. For those of you watching, this is exactly what we've been talking about. You have the monthly support level right below there. That's the monthly support level. And now you look for patterns. And there's your double bottom with a retest to the neckline. So that makes sense. And the target was 94. Okay, got 94. And that is when you need to step away. That's a big trade. That's a very big trade. So you step away and you don't do any trades. But we sit here every day and we talk about potential opportunities. So, we carry on. So I did place this one on my Holo Prime account. And I got stopped out. Even with a relatively reasonable clearance, my stop loss was at 95,300. So it was there, somewhere there. Okay, so you can see that's the stop loss, and that's the highest point it made before it came back. So pretty decent clearance on a 4-hour chart, but it took me out. So now it will be interesting to get your thoughts on this, Paul. But you still kind of in that resistance zone, right? Because again, that's the highest point of that. So you haven't really broken out yet. We still kind of maybe only just. I don't think this is like a good place to enter in any direction. I think
you need a big move up, and then
yes, exactly. This needs to break out further and then come back down, and you want to see some space. Okay, what do I mean by space? Let me just show you. Yeah, you see, on the 4-hour, on the pound US dollar, you see that space there. There's some, like, you can put like a flask or something in there, like I don't know, you can put something in there. This is not, I mean,
a train.
Yeah, you can put, it's almost like a little tunnel. I don't know how to.
A truck. Thomas the Tank.
Yeah. So you want to see that there's space there. So that's what you want to see. Yeah. Right. So that's not the right Bitcoin chart. Yeah, there. So where we are right now, you right on that resistance level, right on that resistance level. So, and we do have that upper wick there. This is definitely not something I would short. I mean, for me, the opportunity was this first touch. It did retrace, but didn't give me the ideal level. So, okay, now it's going back up, and now I'm definitely not interested in the short or long for that matter. In terms of shorter term trading. When I say shorter term,
I mean, if you're going to short this, you need to see the rejection, right? You need to see the candle close below, and then you need to see it come down and then retest, right? That's the thing. I mean, this is actually quite a good chart perspective, I think, because Robert said, talking about the triangles, and not all triangles are created equal. But he said, I bet that's what I've been missing on triangles, flags, and pennants. I bet I was trying those in the middle of nowhere. So I just want to clarify this. Okay, so the easiest way to trade, of course, a bull market is with buying the breakout of bull flags, right? Okay, so and they are going to be theoretically in the middle of an upwards move. Now, you look at this Bitcoin, you can see a couple of little flags. There's not really one in the middle, but the one which there's a little flag of sorts, kind of.
Like you mean like from this low to that high, and from that high to this. Yeah, a slightly lower high, and then definitely a higher low. Yeah,
I think
you get that.
Yeah. So when you want to just be there are going to be things in the middle of a range which you need to trade. Now we're talking about ranges in terms of the daily chart, right? So. And that's a decent strategy, but it's all about context. So again, if you see a bull flag which is sitting like this, and there is support below it, right? Okay, so the price action has come up. It has formed a bull flag, which is a temporary pause in the upwards momentum to allow for other traders to enter and for some sellers to take profits. But the bulls are still in control, and then you're going to continue on its way once that's completed. So a bull flag which kind of sits down just above support, right, following, say, a breakout of a key level, that's tradable. That's fantastic, because you've got support and you've got a flag, and you've got two things to trade off. So I'm not saying that you want to ignore bull flags, because that means you just won't be trading continued upwards movement, right? There is a time and a place, but as Jannie said, you need to know your surroundings and have the context of what is happening. And obviously the context will be very different from day to day. So one day you look at a bull flag and think, nah. And then the next day you'll see another one and you'll be like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that, because it comes down to this area that the 200 MA or something is acting as support around there, and then you can trade that, right? So we're not saying just wait for support or just wait for resistance, right? But just be aware of the context. And if there is ambiguity, then you don't trade, right? And that's the key thing, the ambiguity thing, right? There is a way to trade in the middle of patterns. So I just want to clarify that, because I don't want to deprive Robert of a good bull flag trade.
Yeah. This is this is. I don't think this is a bull flag. You really need that. You need a much longer consolidation. Yeah. This is way too short. So it's not really. That's not how I see that. But in terms of quality of trades, and this is also really important. Yeah, like I'm taking a short. I know it's not the same trade as this trade. It's not the same thing. This is a major resistance level. We can expect a pullback. But what is the bias? It's definitely long, right? It's definitely long. And the 50 area or the 60 area, or the 61.8 area is the level of interest where you would like to look for opportunities to get in again. So that is levels of interest. But what is the other scenario that could play out? It can just break out, right? So and it's the probability is not as strong here, because you are against the what's busy kind of happening right now. So if you know that, you have to, especially with the risk reward ratio, that was, as I said, it was just like a 1 to 2, not that big a trade. We are at a major resistance level. The probability is definitely there. So if someone asks me, like, why did you take that trade? I can explain to them exactly why I took the trade. But it's not, you don't put the same size on. You don't. It's the you're not going to, the trade typically won't last that long, because it's a much shorter kind of time frame trade. Does that make sense? So if you had to categorize them again, is this an A trade or a B or a C? That's not an A trade, but it's definitely something that I would take with a much smaller size, okay? Because it's not. But I've done that on the pound US dollar as well, right? On my hologram, I'll show you that one. Where's the pound US dollar gone? Oh, there. You'll remember this trade. Okay, where was it? Oh man, I'm not going to find it now. Okay, I'll give myself just a minute. There was a news event. Remember? Yeah, this was the candle right there. This was the level of interest. Where was the level of interest? Let me just. Sorry, I just need to mark this area just roughly so I can see where the level of interest was. Oh, gee, that doesn't help. Oh, there. Okay. So the level of interest was here. Was it there? Oh, my God. Sorry, I'm not going to snip. Was it? Yeah. Okay. So that was the level of interest. We got a bounce off here. What is the bias? What am I actually trying to do? I want to go short, right? Because we've got double tops. We just like coming off the resistance area. And this is an attempt to go to trade to the level that I'm interested in. Just it's very important to make that this distinction. It's not the same as trading into the direction that that your bias is. You know, for example, this on the pound US dollar. Just zoom out here. Right, that's the weekly resistance, very, very strong resistance area. And then you get these double tops on 3 different time frames. Okay, 1 hour and smaller time frames. So double top, and now you're going down. And what am I trying to do here? Which is exactly what I did on Bitcoin. This is very good for people watching. So you can, we take these trades and we explain them. Yeah, is the news event. Okay, the news event came out right at the beginning of the candle. So at the close of this candle, the news came out 15 minutes ago. Okay, so the news has been it's been 15 minutes since the news came out. Really strong candle coming off this level of interest, which is actually more of a support level. It's not a level of interest where you really want to buy, but that is a support level. And then that is where I would have liked to get in. It just moved halfway and then it failed. Can you see the difference? I actually want to go short. That's the level of interest. And now I'm trading towards that level, but I'm fully aware of that. So that you need to account for this. Like, okay, well, I know kind of in which category this trade falls, and you trade accordingly in terms of size. This is not something add, not like the Bitcoin trade where I added trades to the position. Very, very different. So this is pretty much identical to this. Does that make sense? This is the level of interest where I would have liked to buy. What am I doing? I'm trying to trade to that level. It's completely different to what I just explained to you on the pound US dollar and even the Bitcoin trade. You're right at the bottom. Okay, very, very different trades. Key level, you get your pattern, and now you're actually trading. And when we got outside of the support level, I added a position. The target was way up there. Very, very different. So I hope that makes sense. So when you take a trade, you have to categorize them, or at least know is this your typical A type of setup, or is it not? If it's not, then you need to trade it accordingly in terms of size, and maybe just ignore it altogether. That's probably the best thing to do. But in these sessions, I will take them, and because it's great educational content, I feel. Right. So does that make sense? Yeah, probably was trying to use them when the market makers were doing it to trap newbies. Yeah. Look, I mean, I think I said it earlier. I don't think like that. I don't think what are the market makers going to do, or what are the other people going to do. I just focus on me. I don't even listen to what other traders have to say. When Paul speaks, I put music on. No, I'm talking about prior to this now, like I don't, I used to belong, like, you know, like every other trader in the beginning, you know, you want to know what everybody thinks, and you in this, like in these different forums and groups, and it's, you just leave, like you just confused as hell, right? You just confused as hell. You don't know, you don't learn anything, that's for sure. So if you can just cut out all the noise and really just focus on what you can see on the charts, because even the fundamentals and all of that kind of stuff, you can see it on the chart. It will play out. It will play out on the chart. So even if you're not really good with fundamentals, I believe that when the fundamentals play out, we will see it. You can see, yeah, like candle by candle, it will start to unfold, and we will be able to follow that. We can't hear Paul. Yeah, he's not talking. Sorry, Paul. It's oh, okay. I've been going on for nearly an hour. Okay, Paul, it's your turn.
I don't think that's what he meant. I don't think that's what he meant. I think I was muted, and I said something with it being muted. That's quite funny.
Oh,
I wasn't talking. That's why you couldn't hear me.
Yeah. But anyway, so I think that's all I wanted to say anyway. So yeah, Bitcoin, I think let's just, for me anyway, I would like to see a really nice breakout and then just a retest on that level. That would be great. But yeah.
Yeah, Robert, I'm sorry, my dog was making some groaning noises and she was having a scratch. So I muted, and sometimes I forget. So I'll speak to Jannie and realize he can't hear me, which is probably a good thing for everyone involved. All right, let's have a look at what's going on. Again, there's not much change really, you know, apart from that candle that little wick we've just had. But however, let's start with this, because this was the setup we posted yesterday, and it has played out perfectly, right? So this is when you guys were busy talking yesterday, I was plotting this, and this is exactly where we were yesterday when we were doing the trades. This is Thursday UK time, about 7 p.m. Okay, so great, buy the retest trade, and obviously my targets were just to the 618, but this one has really gone, and that has given us
what's that, like a 1 to 20 or something?
80% move. Let's have a look what that was. I'm obviously, you're not gonna, that's not anything you're ever gonna plan, right, in the current market conditions, but yeah, 23.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Welcome to crypto, baby. So
the altcoin, yeah, but not Bitcoin. I think the Bitcoin big moves is over, but that still exists in the altcoin market. Just to
yeah, but this is what we're talking about right now. I'm guessing. Let me just look at the market cap. Let me just look at the market cap for Lever, right? And let's just have a quick look, right? If I can get my iPad to work. Face ID, would that be much of a stretch? Okay, so hang on. Let's have a look. Lever market cap. Okay, let's have a look. Coin market cap. What are we? Yeah, really low cap, 27 million, super low cap. So what with the whole point of the crypto market in terms of trading is Bitcoin puts in a bullish move. I mean, what did it put in? What has it been putting in since the breakout, let's just say? So that's 14-15%, right? Okay. Now this, a low cap, responds to that move with a 80% move. Okay. Now this is why I don't trade Bitcoin, right? I use Bitcoin to plot it. And now obviously no one could have predicted this. This is crazy. But when you get a low cap, right, you get just a few buyers coming in. This is what it will do, right? Because it's not an oil tanker, it's a speedboat, right? And this is its move, right? So really great setup. If you were paying attention yesterday and you bought support or even just bought the breakout, would have been a fantastic trade. So well done if anyone was paying attention. But yeah,
that's a good
Pepe. I've been trying to get to this all week. Haven't had a chance. It wasn't in the top altcoin picks last week either, because there's just a few setups to look at. Didn't have time for this one. So this is Pepe, and just zooming out, of course, with good practice, just to give you a sense of where we are. Obviously, you know, Bitcoin's just doing its thing, nothing special at the moment, so we can talk about some altcoins. So this is the local, what you call the local bottom, right? So this has been in place really since Bitcoin broke all-time highs back in March 24. Okay, so this is the bullish context. This is the invalidation line or zone or area for Pepe. So as long as we're above here, we have a bullish context. Same deal with Bitcoin. Okay, now we've had a serious selling activity, bearing in mind that meme coins are all the rage, but they are not. They're very high risk to trade because of these crazy moves. Okay, so be very wary when you're trading these. Okay, they're tools for retail investors to get wrecked. All right, but this is a support trade or a breakout trade. Now we have nice local support. We have this ascending base, and we have nice confluence with the actual support level where we've bounced off here in this little pocket here with this. So this would be a great area to look to enter. Obviously, you know, this is very bearish. I would not expect it to suddenly do this or anything Lever's done, right? But there's two potential trades. Now, I would be inclined to wait for the support buy because, again, you know, this is what we were talking about earlier. I'm not quite sure what's happened now. I think I'm on the wrong time frame. So let's just go to the 4 hour. Yeah, there we go. So on the 4 hour, we've also got a bit of confluence with the RSI at these bounces. So not sure we're going to see it come back down again necessarily, but nonetheless, just food for thought. But this is a nice pocket, or trade the breakout. And really, if it's a little weak breakout, don't even bother because it's probably still coming back to here. But if we get a move maybe up here, right, into the second range above, then that would be maybe a good place to enter. And by that point, these moving averages will be acting as support as well. So it's, again, like we talked about earlier, don't look at how to trade this now. Look at where you want it to be for your trade, right? And then wait, right? Let it come to you. So those are the two scenarios. This one will take a bit more time because it needs to come back down. This one may play out if Bitcoin's bullish over the next few days. But again, be patient. This is trading meme coins is really high risk, right? Because they're just crazy tokens. They'll sell off the second you get any kind of bearish signal from Bitcoin, whereas Ethereum, for example, will be very tepid and not do anything until it's had full confirmation. So just be very wary of the context. But you know, you could obviously come down to the moving average, but we're quite oversold on the RSI. So coming down to here will be a trade, or more likely we're going to see a breakout and then come back down to this area. But again, if you see the breakout just stay in this range, I'm still thinking this is the best area to come in. All right. So you need to see a more significant breakout. But that's Pepe. Few opportunities there for sure. And let's just check in with some of the trade. This is the frustrating game, right? I'm still waiting for GMX to come down, right? I'm still waiting it to come down to here, right? So I'm just sitting on the exchange waiting. Right, come on, right? I'm still waiting for a week. I was originally there, moved up, so that's just a waiting game, and I might not see it now, but I'm still when I look at the price action and think, okay, so we've had a bullish move, right? Is this out of play yet? It's not. We've come from underneath support. Okay, so let's make that clear. We've come from a bear trap, right? So coming back down to this level would make perfect sense. So I'm holding my decision and I'm just going to wait. Okay, simple as that. And this one again broke out. I am still waiting for it to hit my entry, which is looking really nice, right on the nose if we get it, but again, hasn't happened yet. But because these two altcoins, because these two altcoins have broken out at the start of the week, or when was it? Well, at the start of the month, but you know, it's actually quite a while, this one. So this is broken out, right? And it's holding its own in this area, which is fantastic, which makes this more enticing because it's stayed above this range, just like Bitcoin. And again, with here, we talked about MKR. We talked about how the fact it's been very resilient, right, in this area. It's really held on to this squeeze and not sold off. So it seems that the buyers were going to win this one, and now we've broken out. And again, it still hasn't come back down. So this is a good entrance for me because it's holding itself there. So we get a bit of bearish action from Bitcoin, just a retest or something, you know, and then here we go. And then that's the trade. So I'm still waiting for them. But other top altcoin picks are doing the hard work and hitting targets. So Dupe fulfilled the trade premise, which was a breakout. You didn't quite get the entry if you were looking for a retest, but if you bought the moving average, then that was great and a nice little quick trade, just quick 20%. So that played out perfectly. And Cookie again, haven't had the retest. Still wait. I would still recommend you wait for an entry here because this is just a nice little pocket with this golden cross. Be patient. We know Bitcoin most likely is going to retrace a little bit, so let Bitcoin bring it to you. All right. So and then just if the cookie, I was going to say if the cookie hasn't crumbled, then enter, but that's just too stupid. And then CFX. This one again. This is pretty odd price action, to be honest. This is a waiting game still. Nothing happening there. But let's just touch base with Bitcoin. Nothing's happening. It's all good. With this candle is great. This wick is great, because even if we retrace now, that is another bullish signal, right? We've entered this range. I don't expect us to stay there, but that can't be taken away now. It's very important. So the bullish signals are stacking up. So if we now, all we need now is this higher low. Give me the higher low, and then you're going to see things move with more certainty, right? Because we've had everything we need so far, and we just need to come down here, not here, please, but we want to be in this area. And it's, I mean, there's a solid argument, right? For this line, there's a solid argument for this line, and there's a solid argument for this line, right? Because you've got support with the 200 MA. So lots of good options, right? This is a great idea for scaling it. This is a perfect setup for scaling it, right? Enter here. If you get a bounce, great. If it comes back down here, enter again, right? And then so forth, right? This is really good kind of price action. And let's just see how total 3 is doing. So this is crypto total market cap, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum. And we've had this breakout, which we've been looking at, which is fantastic. Now, we're still a bit drab on the total 3 versus Bitcoin, which means Bitcoin is still outpacing the rest of the market, and the market is looking weak. But this in itself, just this index by itself, is giving us some hope. Because if you zoom in just a little bit, this is the 3-day chart, just for context, right? You know, so here we go, a little higher low, we're coming about, right? And we've surpassed that, so this is good, right? But we need it to be sustained, right? We don't want all this stop-start nonsense. We need to get rid of. We want this, and we want it now, right? And that's what we're waiting for. And that's when you'll see sustained altcoin movement, because this is when this is what happened after the election. Okay, so we've come back down here. We're dealing with all the stuff, all the tariff stuff. Now we just need to, of course, but you look at this chart, right? This is the altcoin market, right? What you're saying, if you were going to trade this, which you can't, this is what we're thinking, right? So there's still maybe some hardship around the corner for altcoins, but you know, the bullish signals are stacking up. And I think that's all we've been asking for, really, the bullish signals to stack up. And I think, and if you genuinely want a barometer, and I'm not joking here, if you want a barometer, right, other than Ethereum or this index, use this, because if this thing recovers, you know we're going bullish. Okay.
Oh yes, that nightmare of it. Oh yeah, that so the pension wiper. So
let's use mantra as our litmus test for the state of things. Okay, so if you see this break above here, you know the altcoin market's doing all right, because it's going to take something pretty special to get this to come off the floor. So yeah, signals are stacking up. As you can see, trades are moving, right? But we're obviously waiting to see what Bitcoin's next move is, because we could just roll over from here. And if you zoom out, right, that premise is still perfectly intact, right? You could just do this, right? That's still there, right? Nothing's changed, right? We've just had a nice move. You know, we've taken this 200 MA plenty of times before, but if we see something like this, right, now we know. So we're at the beginnings of the change in the tide, and we're having some setups are playing out, which is great, but you got to be patient. But Pepe, keep an eye on. Lever, oh my God, seriously, it's going for it again. Congratulations if you're paying attention yesterday. I didn't trade it, but you know, well done.
Wow, yeah, that is such a. I just had a question for you quickly. There are other questions for you as well in the chat, so we'll get to them just now. But when the market cap is so small, does that limit the size you can trade? Obviously, it does. So, what would you say is like a realistic kind of like? Is it more like bread and butter kind of money, or it can't be life-changing money, because there's just the market cap's not big enough for you to trade size, you know?
The first thing, you just have to realize what you're trading. Okay, you have to realize. So as we've talked about this before, right? You look at previous volatility, right? That will give you a clue as to what's going on, right? And when there's so much volatility, I was looking at, you know, a couple of setups today, which I just couldn't make sense of, because the volatility was all over the place, right? So, but with a low cap, of course, you're going to be trading with less. you must always trade with less, right? Really straightforward. So if you're going in with a 2%, like on a mid cap, right, then it needs to be maybe a 0.5%, right, of whatever, right? That's the way, but whatever you negotiate is up to you, right? I'm not going to say do that, but you have to recognize that there's going to be additional risk. Now, you can offset that risk by scaling in, right? Because that allows you to have smaller position sizes inherently as well, and to just have a clear plan for, if it does this, I'm going to enter here. But the thing is, with those sort of trades and with these low caps, they don't hang around, right? You get a signal and they will go. So I was thinking about this earlier today about my strategy at the moment and trying to calibrate it. And by the breakout, there's three ways. The first way is to simply wait for a candle body close above a previous resistance line, right? If you're going long, and then you just enter as close to support as you can straight away. You don't wait for any further movement. You don't wait for a retest. You just buy in. Now, with low caps, right, that strategy, even in a hesitant market, is sometimes the best way, because you get these breakouts and then they disappear. And the only way to trade them is by buying initially when they go and not waiting for the retest, because the stop-start nature of the market will mean you'll miss the move. The retest doesn't happen because it just comes down and carries on going downwards, right? So there is a paradoxical, I always say that doing a hard breakout buy, where you just wait for the candle body close and just go for it, right? That is great for bull markets, right? Because things just go, they don't often come back down to check if everything's okay. But also in hesitant markets, like we have for certain tokens with low market caps, buying the breakout, that singular move is what you want to do, because you're not going to get the retest. And then once that move's been done, it's probably over anyway. So there is an argument that retest is the best way to enter most trades. But when you're trading low caps, doing a more aggressive entry is where the profits are, because they are, they're very volatile in that respect. And so that's what I would say to that. But just so many people trade Pepe the same way they trade Avalanche or Solana, right? You can't do that. You have to know that you're trading an AI coin, and you know that it's going to have a lot of people trying to front run a recovery because it's got a use case. You need to know you're trading that, because that allows you to be a little bit more bullish with your entries and your capital. When you're trading Pepe or meme coins, you need to understand, of course, that they are the on-ramp for retail. It's the sandbox for retail, and it's just a game, right? It's just a game, inorganic price action typically, and it's high risk. But then when you're recognizing you're doing a low cap, right, you then also need to adapt your strategy. And then likewise, when you're trading Bitcoin or Ethereum, you need to do things different. So it's really, whatever your strategy is, just go for it, but just don't do the same thing for the same token as if they're all created equal. If you're trading something and you don't know what the market cap is, you shouldn't be trading it.
Yeah, that's for sure. You had a question about Blur. Hey, Paul, what about Blur? From Lola. Hi, Lola.
Hi, Lola. My dog's surname is Lola. That's funny. Okay.
Surname? Your dog has a surname?
She's got two names.
Surname?
Yeah, two names.
That's the first time I heard a dog has a surname.
I look at it more like a double barrel name than a surname, perhaps. Okay, so I hate Sol. That's what wrecked me when I first tried any sort of futures. Tried 103K. Oh God, I'm sorry to hear that, Robert. But let's have a look at Blur. Let's have a look. I don't think I've had a recent. Oh God, that's going for it. Jeez. Okay.
Oh, your chart's not showing. Oh, yes, sorry.
I'll do that. Yeah. So Blur. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're all right. It's Friday, slow Friday. Create new layout. Blur.
There we go.
Okay. Right. Blur. Zoom out. Here we go. All right, so we're in a downtrend. We're in negative price discovery. That's not particularly great. Lots of work for Blur to do. Same sort of story with a lot of altcoins at the moment, unfortunately.
You are. Yeah. Look, the thing is, that's the daily. Is that right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to break out of that resistance first. So it's gonna have to. That's step one. Before you even want to think about, thinking about buying that. It's because it's still below. It's got resistance right above it.
Yeah, which is why I haven't put any more trend lines on, because I don't need to see anything else. I don't care about this right now because this is where the action is. So got to put the support in there. In fact, let's do it right at the base for clarity. So yeah, lower, we're in negative price discovery, which is a good buying opportunity in theory because you've got the lowest possible price. But you know, are you going to enter in the middle of this downtrend for a long? Even no, because we haven't even surpassed the previous high. We've got nothing to trade off. Unlike these, we've got a bullish context to trade, right? Blur, we haven't, right? We've got nothing. So you are obviously, if you see Bitcoin being bullish, which it is, right? And Bitcoin's probably got a retrace. This could be the second part of a double bottom here, and you could front run it and you can enter at support. But you need to bear in mind that this support isn't strong. This support is created by just one single touch. That's it, right? This could continue to roll over. I mean, look at this low, then that low, then that low, this high, then this high. So the play should be quite obvious, right? You could we either just wait and see if the foundation is formed, right, for a start, and then you've got something you can trade in this range potentially if we find a foundation. But really, it's really straightforward, as we talked about. What do I need to see to trade this? I need to see that, right? And ideally, because it's so bearish, I need to see it at least surpass this high. So I need it to come up here, and then you've got something you can trade, maybe a straightforward retest trade. But there's not a lot of confidence we're going to get down here. I'm struggling to see what the angle would be short of just buying the breakout, and that's obviously not enough for me, I don't think, for this trade. So simple answer is blur, wait and see. You need more structure, but not a trade.
The picture is blurry, definitely.
Yes,
that's
it is.
Sure. Just quickly, there's a question from should we focus more on AI? I just quickly want to get to Andre's question that was further up. He asked me about DXY. So if you don't mind, I just quickly want to probably take 2 minutes really for the
Don't worry, Lola, we'll get to you.
Yeah.
3 questions max, that's all you get.
There we go. All right, so this is the this is the DXY. So we obviously, Andre, you always you need to be on time, mate, so that you can get the full benefit of these sessions. No, I'm just joking. All right, so we are at a very strong support level here. This is the weekly time frame, and we are forming this bullish candle, right? So with a very strong lower wick, it's a bullish close. Does that mean it's just going to shoot up? No. Okay. The next candle or the next week may start with a lower wick first.
Sorry about that.
He's not agreeing with me. I'm telling you now, Lola. Sorry, not Lola. Yeah, his surname is Lola. Not you, Lola, watching. So, but based on the weekly time frame, the support and this hammer formation is almost like more like a doji. It's not quite a strong hammer. The body of the candle is pretty small, but it's bullish nonetheless. Okay, and as I've said earlier, this ties in very, very beautifully what we can see on the pound US dollar. So I do think it's going to go up. I'm not sure how long is it going to take. How long is it going to retrace for? How deep is the retracement going to be for? I don't know, right? But we are going to be in this, definitely going to retrace from this level. I do think the dollar index is going to retrace because we've had a massive sell-off since the beginning of the year. It needs a breather. It needs a little bit of a breather. Many people thought it was going to be around here, and they just continued like, oh, this is just going to crash further, but now it's retraced. It looks very similar to Bitcoin, right at now, like looks like it wants to break out of that resistance. But we may get a pullback on Bitcoin as well, which I won't trade. Yeah. So do you have any other answer then? Because I'm here every day and I'll forget. And yeah. So that's my take on the dollar index. It's going to correct. It's going to go to correct over the next couple of weeks. Okay, and I expect the pound US dollar to go down for the next couple of weeks. But if we can just go down a little bit in the new week, which is also what I would like on the pound US dollar, just to go up a little bit to give me that level. It just needs to give me that 1.336 level. That would be ideal. And then just price action needs to play ball, and it needs to reject from that level. And so you don't just buy it. You don't just press the button, by the way. Don't just press the button on that level. Wait for the rejection, and then you can go short. Yeah, and that will be in line with what you can expect on the DXY. That's probably going to, most probably the probability is definitely for it's much higher for it to retrace than to just drop right now. So hope that answers your question. And we can go back to Lola's question. Should we focus more on AR altcoins this cycle?
Right. Let me just share my screen then. We can finish this to close. So so this, can you see that okay?
Just hang on. Yeah.
Okay, so what was the question? Let's just check. Look, okay, so check out the crypto news video I put out today on Olaprimex YouTube channel, because it mentions just something going on with NVIDIA at the moment. So NVIDIA has just distanced itself a little bit from the crypto space in terms of its support for startups and so forth, but it hasn't distanced itself from AI, even though obviously that does exclude some AI tokens from its umbrella. Now, I don't know who that affects just yet, but they have reiterated that they're still very committed to artificial intelligence, of course, being the manufacturer of everything which drives that industry, the graphics cards, the GPUs. So yes, artificial intelligence, like meme coins you can see from this chart, are still and going to be the hot tokens this cycle. Now, is that narrative going to maybe start changing soon? Yeah, I mean, these narratives don't last forever, right? It's been, you know, since I've been trading, it's been DeFi's had its time, you know, so everyone has their own kind of has their own time in the sun, and artificial intelligence isn't going to last forever, but obviously it's very prevalent in the world at the moment, and it's the future potentially of everything. So yes, the reason why you want to look at this chart and try and trade with what everyone else is trading is very simple, because when you look at something like Blur, and you look at I don't know much about Blur, but you look at Blur and you see how it's really suffering under these as a risk asset in these bearish considerations. But then you look at RNDI, you look at Render, which we do offer on Holoprimex, and Render has made a strong recovery since Bitcoin has made its recent moves. Right now, why has Render moved and Blur hasn't? Render has a tremendous use case in the GPU space and in the artificial intelligence space for 101 reasons, right? Because if you look at artificial intelligence and all kinds of stuff in terms of visual effects and, you know, manipulating people's faces, it's all into AI, GPU is all integrated, right? So it moves because people want to get in on this use case. So if you're trading AI tokens or looking to invest or even just looking to scalp, when you look at Bitcoin and you see pointing in a bullish move, you're going to choose AI tokens over, say, a DeFi, which isn't as popular, right? It's only 2.2%, right? Whereas AI is 14.4%, because you're going to have essentially more buyers coming in, right? And that's what you want. You want to always come in with trading with more buyers. So choose the tokens which you know people are going to look to try and enter with bigger positions when Bitcoin recovers, because they're the ones they feel are going to go to the moon the cycle. Whereas Blur, it will recover if Bitcoin puts in gains, but it's got a lot of work to do and no one's particularly interested in it. So knowing what's trending and trading with what's trending in a smart way. I'm not saying you should be trading meme coins, right? But AI for sure is something you want to trade, simply because you'll get the most buyers with you. And I think that is ultimately the game of trading, right? You're trying to, you know, you're trying to get in with moves with everybody else, right? You enter a long trade in an order block, so you've got other buyers with you to help you move the price action up, and then you sell at resistance because that's where the sellers are. And if you're trading a token which is dead, I mean, you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get any movement. It's going to be very unpredictable, and that's the way it goes. And you can't even short Blur, because Blur is very low down and it's just below support. It could be a bear trap. So that's why no one's touching it right now. Okay, so AI definitely. Just so you can be with where all the attention is, you know, that's where everyone is. And understanding when we've had the first signal that there may be a bit of a shift in the crypto space in terms of AI with that NVIDIA news, right? And trying to figure out what's going to be next, what's going to be the next big kind of thing in crypto. And I don't know that yet. But AI is still cool at the moment, and you can see that because you look at how you look at Blur and you compare it to an AI token, and they're moving, right? But not all tokens are created equal. There are some AI tokens which are struggling to recover, right? Because, you know, for whatever reason. But so like VR, Victoria VR, which we don't offer at Ola Prime X, but that has struggled to recover, whereas Fetch AI and RNDR have, right? So, you know, it's not a guaranteed thing, but definitely trading with what everyone else is trading is a sensible idea, certainly in hesitant markets. So I hope that answers your question, though.
That was a beautiful answer.
It's a bit long-winded.
Thank you, Paul. A lot of detail. That's great. Robert, you wanted to ask about a YouTube channel. Who's your YouTube channel? This is the YouTube channel. Holo Prime. Yeah?
Yeah, we've got two YouTube channels. We got this one, which is fantastic. And we've got Ola Prime X, which is crypto focused. And that's just a lot of me. So you may want to be cautious. Okay. But
Yeah.
we're still working on
it's very poorly. Very poorly.
Yeah. But yeah, we got two. We'll try and figure out a way to get you to find that. But we're working on it. It's all new stuff. But yeah. So
yeah. Is there any final questions from everybody watching? Andre, Robert, Lola, or anybody else who's just sitting there with their popcorn?
You think people are eating popcorn watching us? Is it that entertaining?
No, it's like it reminds me of that Eddie Izzard. Do you know Eddie Izzard? One of my favorite comedians. He's so great. He was doing this joke and he was comparing US movies to British movies. You know, like the tense kind of, you know, the drama and all that. And when you watch a US movie, like you eating your popcorn, it's like, oh well, what's going to happen next? But if you watch a British movie, you take your popcorn and you go, throw it back.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think our joke hit rate is that great for these sessions, to be honest. Like one funny joke in 50 minutes.
That's yeah. But I have to say, the British makes the best comedy. I mean, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, you just look at The Office. I'm sorry, Steve Carell. Sorry.
Yeah, The Office, Mr. Bean. What's that Towers thing? It was very old. But
Towers.
only fools and horses.
It's coming back. Fawlty Towers.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know how that impacts my trade on Bitcoin or whatever, but you know, it's coming back.
I mean, we are watching Paul the movie star. Yeah, Paul has been called Highlander many times on this.
I just want to clarify, I am not in that movie or any of the
anymore,
or even the TV show. Although I am a big fan of the original Queen soundtrack for the first Highlander. There's a bit of insight into my life. Princes of the Universe.
See, Robert's got popcorn. You see?
All right. So just to get this back onto trading, Jannie, what are you expecting next week?
Well, it is getting cold. What do you mean, like trading wise, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm going to go with trading wise.
Well, I'm expecting the pound US dollar to trade lower. And the NASDAQ, I'm a little bit unclear about. I don't really know what to expect there. Maybe a bit of a range, or definitely tradable conditions on the scalping side of things. That's for sure. I don't think we're going to get any surprise news now, although anything's possible, right? We're a tweet away from disaster.
That's optimistic.
Yeah.
I just did a probably be out next week. Just did recorded a podcast today with Ian on the trade war. So that'll be coming out next week. But yeah, it would be nice to actually not be talking about the trade war anymore, for sure. But I think that there may be a sequel to that podcast, unfortunately. But let's hope for the best, shall we?
Let's not talk about the trade war. Oh, by the way, there's a sequel coming. Oh, Paul! Oh my goodness! Yeah, but I think you're right. I think you just need to, if you the technical analysis, like I showed you on the NASDAQ, they still play out regardless of all this absolute mayhem that's been going on the longer time frames. The levels are still being respected. So, and even if you go back in time and you do a bit of back testing, or you scroll back on your charts, it's very difficult to say, look, yeah, you see, yeah, this is what happened there, or it was this news event. You just look at levels. Yeah, it's been respected. You don't know what exactly happened, or you definitely forgot, especially if it was like, depends on how long you've been trading for. But if something happened like 10 years ago, you would not even, if you've only been, if you've been trading for 5 years and something happened 10 years ago, you won't even know something significant happened over there. You'll just be looking at the technical analysis and say, yeah, this seems to be working, and that seems to be the case right now as well. The levels are definitely being respected on all the markets, really.
I would argue levels are being disrespected with some tokens. Let's be honest. I mean, that mantra trade that went down 80%, that was not a respectful move. It just was not.
It was very disrespectful.
It was a very disrespectful move out of Bitcoin mantra. Sorry, I'm not trading you. I was disrespectful.
But that's always going to happen. You can't win them all. Let's just put that. But you do have to do everything right. I think, especially in the altcoin market, we spoke about this briefly yesterday. It's super dangerous if you get that wrong, and if you focus on the wrong ones, right? Because that thing, like that one coin, I can't remember what the coin is called, but if that thing crashes, it moves like minus 90% now, like immediately. It's very, very dangerous. You need to kind of get that right.
Well, look, it's a good session, peeps. Also, I just want to say, if you're interested in seeing my dog, she is the star of one of my shorts on Ola Prime X's YouTube channel, and she has the most views, right? So if you want to see what she looks like, she features at the end of a short released a couple of days ago, right? I won't put her on the stream, but she's there. So go and give her some love, people, over the weekend, okay? Give her a like.
Well, that's not a bad idea. You should maybe create shorts and the dog is actually talking, and it's got a name and a surname. I mean, that's unique.
Speaking of AI, we could get that to work.
Yeah, make some recommendations from the dog. That'd be great.
Honestly, you might have better trades if you listen to her.
All right, Paul. But yeah, as always, it's always great to see you and to speak with you. So have a great weekend, everybody watching. The next session is starting in about half an hour from now. So from us, it's over and out. Have a great weekend. See you all next week.
Thanks, Robert.
Cheers.
Thanks, Jannie. See you later.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cool. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm great. I'm great. I can say I know what you've been doing. You green on the day. I see your lights in the back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I am indeed. I am indeed. Just about as well.
I love that. I love that. That's so
How are you,
cool.
Aymane?
Hello, guys. How are you doing, Sam, Michael?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How was your day, Michael? I think you didn't trade today.
Man, I was supposed to not trade today, and I knew I should have stuck with my freaking guts.
Oh no, what
I
happened?
knew it. Man, I'm not down big. It's like nothing. I'm down $50 on GCAD. Let me share my screen really quick. This is the craziest thing.
Go for it.
Craziest thing. And I knew I shouldn't have took this trade. I'm gonna be honest. I slick stepped outside of my boundaries a little bit with this. Where is it? Okay, here. Let me get set up. The only reason I took this is because I was waiting for this to happen all day today. Right away. I'm actually down right now, as you guys can see. I'm down $50 in this. Yeah, 50 bucks.
Minor.
Oh, my screen not going. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, so yeah, $52 really. Crazy enough, this is so crazy the way this set up today, right? Because I've seen this. Oh, look at the alert going off. Saying, look at this now.
Oh, that's loud.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So crazy. So crazy.
If I hear this alarm, I would be scared to even look to trading.
Man. It was a lot that went good with this today, and I'm like, it'll go. I'm like, you know what? I put literally a quarter on this today. Like about a quarter on here. So not too bad, but still. As soon as I took this thing, it started going the other way. Like as you can see, like right away. But let me just point out the scene here, since we already talking about it. So
they were spying on you, Michael.
Man, they got me with this today, y'all. Like they got me. And this is how it normally goes, right? So I'm just scoot this to the side. Obviously, once we get this 5,200 cross, so we on GCAD, right? Something I trade all of these, so this is something I trade all the time. Now, this over here doesn't count, and reason being is if we look at this doesn't actually. This like barely touches the 200. This doesn't count. This isn't real interaction. And I actually don't even think it touched it. It came close, but it didn't touch it. I need real interactions off this 200 EMA that we always talk about, right? So that move doesn't count. And I'm gonna kind of separate them here. To the left, that don't matter, right? That doesn't count. What I'm really looking at is, I want to put it all the way over there. What I'm really looking at is this move over here. Now this counts. This is a real W pattern off this 200. Kind of ugly, whatever. That's fine. All of that is ugly. That's not the trade I'm looking to take. But after the W, remember, it's supposed to be a bounce trade going long, right? So once that happened, seeing that the play, it didn't take out this high up here. This trade was still in play, actually. Now, this is, I don't type this out all the time, but let me kind of break this down. So remember, it's 5 setups that I'm looking at, right? One is the master trade, right? 2 is the combo trade, right? 3 is the ID50, which is what we're looking at today, right? ID50 trade. It's the only trade that I take on a 15-minute chart. The MW off the 200, right? And then 5 would be the money trade, right? So these are the only trades that I actually take, right? Now in this pattern, which to be honest, it still isn't dead just yet. It's just I'm down on it. But in this pattern that I always draw all the time, right? All of these trades they all set up in this, right? So I'll write this out, I guess. Yeah, we can do it like this. I got an idea. So what we do here, right? This is the, I want to say, I'm just put the number on it, right? So number 1, number 2, that's not funny, number 2, number 3, right? That 4 can't happen in here, but I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 can't happen in here. The MOW doesn't happen in there. Or 4 can happen right here, right? From looking at this, right? But the only trade that actually happens in here is, I can't even say only, because it could happen in either level, right? So here, the master trade cannot happen in level 2. That's just not a thing. The combo trade can happen in level 2. So we will put number 2. We'll put, can ID50 happen? Yes, the ID50 can happen in 2. Of course, the MOW, that's the main one you're looking for, right? And the money trade. So this is kind of how I have these set up in a way. So these can happen in either level, but either way, it's always level 1 or level 2. Remember, it's the only 2 levels that I'm actually trading. This doesn't count. I'm not interested in that at all. And well, let me do it. Let me scoot this over. And of course, these 2. I'm staying away from these, right? So all my 5 setups, master trade, combo trade, ID50, MOW, off the 200, and a money trade, they all happen in level 1 or level 2. But this is the difference in them, right? So just I want to preface it with all with that. What's so interesting about this is this was actually a really good setup. I honestly think, and it's just funny to even say this. This was Friday, man. Like, I got caught up in some Friday stuff today. Like, this is crazy that this happened like this. Because any other day, this would go great. Right? And let me just point this out. Man, let me try to take this off. It's a little sloppy. Okay, great. That was good. Oh, no, it breaks the whole thing. All right, whatever. So the main thing is you can clearly see this huge W structure, right? Off this EMA here, this nice little, we call this a 22 trade. It has like 2 legs over here, 2 legs over here, whatever. All of that's nice. All right. I'm not interested in that particular trade. I'm interested in the trade that comes here. So it does what it normally does, and it comes up and it bounces, right? This doesn't really count. You couldn't, well, let me take it to the 1. Let me break it down a little bit further. You can't really take this trade off of the 1 really, for the simple fact that this happened at, I think, 2 o'clock in the morning or something. Wait. Oh, I'm not interested in the W. I'm interested in this move right here that closed above. Yeah, and that was 2 o'clock in the morning, right? So this is on a 1-hour chart. Remember, 4 of my 5 setups happen on a 1-hour chart. The only one that does happen on the 15 is the ID50. So once this came up, and this we had the W structure, we had this 1350 cross, right? The very next thing that we was looking for is this to run up, bounce off this 50 and run up. This was a slight move, but again, it happened at 2 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's up for that, obviously, unless you trade in London. So that's not the move I was looking for. The move next that happens after that is the ID50, which happens right around this 13 EMA touch, right? So again, on the ID50, we looking down at the 15-minute chart. So once this W, as you can clearly see, happens here, we got the, remember, the cool thing about this setup is, well, the way this is going is, remember, so on a 1-hour chart, guys, this is a 1350 cross that we're looking at right here. We see this ellipse, the circling in this, right? That's on a 1-hour chart. But on a 15-minute chart, That's actually, now we're looking for the W off this 200 EMA. So now we see the 5,200 cross right here. Right? So the next thing we're looking for is some type of W structure after this crosses, as always. And what do we see right here? Nice little W structure that runs up. I'm looking for this bounce off this 200 EMA. I thought this was going to happen here. I was with my group earlier today, and we stayed on a little bit longer waiting on this trade. But when this came down and broke all of this, I was like, oh, I kind of don't like that because I don't really want it to. I don't want it to break below the low of the day, which would have been right here, right around the Asia low. This box here is the Asia box,
Right.
and this came right to the pip of this. Y'all see this? Crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Look at the Asia box. I didn't want them to close below this. They can wick it because I know there's orders going short on this right now. So they can wick it all they want, but I don't want them to close below that. Just look at this. Like, let's get a real good look at this. That is so close that it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's almost purposely done.
That's so close that it makes no sense. I feel like you yesterday, Sam.
Yeah.
Right? So when I seen this, I'm like, oh, if they break the low of the day, I'm not taking this setup at all. If they close below this, but they didn't, they just wicked it. Right? And then what do we have after this? We had another nice. I'm gonna delete this. Let me put this back on, just this one. All right, so right after this, we had this nice W structure from here. So I'm expecting this to come up, bounce off of this, and go back up to this trade, to this level. And that's exactly what I took. And they are smashing me right now with this setup. Yep. So this was the only trade that I actually took today. I really was expecting them to run the level and break this high up here, which they didn't. Y'all actually literally seeing me lose one of the trades that I was confident in. Like I didn't even care that.
It happens, man. You're gonna see the same thing happen to me today.
This was a good setup. Like this was a really good setup. And once again, the only thing that kind of broke is the fact that I took this later in the day, y'all. I took this. This is hard to do this. Yeah, I wanted to see this close. I took this literally at 12:15 right here on this candle. They got me. Like right there, they got me. I was like, man. And look, this is still in play technically. Like technically, this is still in play. That's why I can't close this trade just yet. Yeah, I'm down $56, so like literally super minimal. But man, when they pull moves on me like this, it's like, what in the world? I can't believe they ran this, right? Because what happened was initially when you expected this W pattern and this bounce off, they didn't do it. When I tell y'all they didn't break this low, if they would have broke this low, I wouldn't have taken it. But they came down to the pip on this. So I said, this is still in play. So when I seen this candle here, let's scoot it over. This huge shift candle here, this was nice, y'all. This was a nice candle to take. It was like, all right, we activated all the orders short. We faked them here. We got short orders. We came up again, activated long, activated shorts again here, and then we snatched it away for longs. This is some Friday action for you. And this is why I don't really like to trade on Fridays. Seriously. Because this weird move, if this happened any other day during the week, this wouldn't even have went like this.
Yeah.
But the fact, like, look at this candle, this close, this came from all the way down here. Within 45 minutes, it's all the way back here. Took away the last 2-3 hours of work. Yeah, and closed all the way up here. This to me was long. All the way was long. So I grabbed my position. right around here, and I had a slight. I put it like right below this low. My target was right here. Nice little 1 for 1, and they took it off from there, y'all. Crazy. And on top of all of that, my TDI agree with me, right? We got this cross above, so I know I'm long. We got this funny kind of W structure here going long on the TDI, like down, up, down, closed up here, and this thing still went the other way. This is a nasty, nasty move that they did today on GC, y'all. Just crazy. So yeah. And again, at least I will say, at least I was smart enough not to put my full position on this or go heavier and just put a quarter on. This is like my smallest position that I go. It's a quarter. But the fact that they even did this, man, this is what I be talking about right here. Like they just they master manipulators.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So I had my
100%.
position here. This is killing me right now. It just closed below. The next one, let's see.
I think you've accepted. Look, you accepted it.
Hold on.
A loss.
Yeah. So check this out. This is even funnier. If this would have closed below this 13, I would have had to close it, but it didn't. So now I'm just taking. I'm in essence taking the full hit right now. Because at this close, I can't say we're supposed to, but below this 13, I would have just closed the trade because I got my RSI line and signal line crossing back to the downside, which is one of my checks. But in addition to that, I need price to close below the 13, which it has not done yet. So this could easily come back up here and close and run back up by the end of the session. We never really know, but per my rules, I can't close this trade just yet. It's still making me feel some type of way.
Friday is tricky day. Like the price action is not the same. And you will understand this like when you are trading for years. Just you see it. Like Monday is a little bit also, and Friday for sure. So for me, I try maximum just to stay away from Friday.
I'm sure you saw today, Aymane, on the stock market, well, the NASDAQ and S&P, the craziness that occurred during market open where it just went up and then down and up and down. It was literally just, and not just small moves, big moves as well.
Right.
That's what I was caught in again. And I had the typical, it really annoyed me because I thought, I'm going to hold. I had a short bias. I'm going to hold all the way down. I'm going to make like the biggest trade I've ever made. I'm going to hold it to my take profit. It started dropping down. Everything was going good. And then it started reversing and stopped me out. And then I was like, nah, I'm not accepting that. I am not accepting that. We are going down. So I just jump in again. And that one went down nicely. And then as it was like wanting to reverse, I was like, I don't think I can hold this. Like I physically cannot hold it. I am too, like my emotions were all over the place. I just got out. But man,
they did it.
And good that I got out because it's just gone up. It's done the complete opposite to what I thought it would do.
Just nuts, guys. Just nuts. Real quick, one more thing before I jump off of here, and I'm gonna pass the screen over because I'm pretty much done. As you can see, this is the only trade that I took. So technically this is still in play. I'll be totally honest. I can't close this just yet until I get a close, which is so funny. It looked like it's trying to turn around. It's like they hear me. I need to close below this 13 to actually close the trade. Just period. So I can't close it just yet. So I'm still in this. But in addition to GC, y'all know I've been holding Bitcoin, right, on a daily chart. And man, oh man, I closed my trade today, guys. I'm like, I don't want to hold Bitcoin over the weekend, so I close it right here. And what do it do? It continues to go up. I could have scraped off a little bit more pieces, right, and closed it at 355 today. And this thing is high right now. So, well, not a high, but it's pretty high coming off this price point. So yeah, they mixed me up today real good. Not only did I take GC and they get me like that, I also closed my trade on BTC early because I don't want to hold it over the weekend.
Yeah.
But then I was like, well, you could at least let the rest of the day play out and see, you know, where you would have been at. I was already at break even, so I couldn't have lost on the trade. I could have closed it today at 355, and I just closed it today, like early. I'm like, they got me today, y'all. They really did.
It's one of those days, isn't it?
Yep.
Where everything you do, it does the opposite type thing. You just make the wrong decision. You're like,
they played me.
It happens, man. It happens. But man,
but yeah, not too bad. I'm still up on this account. Obviously, it's only up 2%, but not a big deal. This is actually going to be my first loss on this account since I've taken this trade. If I gotta close it, so that hurts a little.
Hold on, hold on for it. Hold on to it for dear life now. No, I'm joking.
For sure, man. I'm holding on to this trade until my rules tell me so. Because man, they got the best of me today. I'm like, they got me today. They got me today.
You just know Monday it's gonna be like boom, 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 going up, and then you're like,
yeah.
You just know something like that's gonna happen. Yeah. But what can you do?
Oh, my bad. My bad, guys. I want to take the screen back. I didn't even go over. I was so into that. I didn't even go over GU and GJ.
No worries. We got Robert in the chat again. If I just quickly go over what Robert said. Robert goes, actually decided not to trade today since I've been having bad days. Very good, Robert. He goes, Michael is human.
Wise.
Michael is human. I can't confirm that.
Yeah.
He goes, Michael is doing pound US dollar today. I found out I have a buy in on it at 1.31044. I'm kind of thinking I should take profit and end back in the retrace. We'll have a look at the pound US dollar and let you know.
We looking at that right now. What number is that? You said 3104 for me. 3105. 3105. That's what I'll put that at. It's 3105. So let's see.
That's why I want a Bookmap subscription so I can see the real-time data, but I don't know that it has Forex or not. Bookmap does not have Forex. It will be only futures data, but you can use the currency of whatever futures, so like the pound, for example, pound futures, and use that against pound US dollar to make Forex-based decisions. So, but yeah. Anyway, take it away, Michael.
I don't know what 3105. He got a long at 3105.
No. 31044. 31044.
That's all the way down here. This is super far down.
Oh, that's a really good. Damn.
Wait, is he serious right now? I think he might have said this wrong. I think he said this wrong. It's just no way.
Robert's killing it. That's the moneymaker right there.
Robert, what is your? Hold on, today I found. All right, I think he can't be in at 3105. What's your real price on GU right now? He's just there's no way he's in at this price.
It is real.
3105 is all the way down here somewhere.
He says it is real. I just forgot I had it in. Oh, bloody hell! Isn't that lucky?
Oh,
Robert, check your hard drive. You may have some Bitcoin from like 2010 in your hard drive as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what? So this guy is literally from 3105 pip wise 215 pips. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, in terms of taking profit, I mean, you might as well treat it as a swing trade now, and we'll have to look at the higher time frames. I think I opened this account and said what?
Yeah, that's insane. I don't even know what to say about that. That's insane.
We'll have a look properly at the longer time frames, but as far as I'm aware, I think pound should be bullish. So.
Yeah, it looked like
might
it's
be worth
bullish.
holding it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you guys remember, I was saying that I wanted this to come down and actually touch this 200 before I would actually be really interested in it. Or a close above. Remember, I said I want to see a close above this price right here, which is this blue tracer. And technically it did, right? This candle right here closed above it. But
ever so slightly, yeah.
Yeah, look at the candle though. This is not a bullish candle. That's not what's up. And literally, this is the last candle that was this high at this price. It just went straight down from there. You would have wanted to see more wicks on the bottom side versus the upside for a candle like this. I saw this, and literally, I think I was mentioning to you guys yesterday. I was so close to taking this, but this is just not it yet. Like, I want to see this actually give me some real interactions off this 200, which it has yet to do. This doesn't count because it didn't touch it, and it really hasn't touched this 200 EMA yet. I want to see this come down and give me a real interaction off of it, and then go. Right? Something like this. That's what I want to see. Right?
Yeah.
Right below it. You know, enter there, stops below there. Then we can talk about taking this to this price, but somewhere around here. Right? But move this over. Because now this will make sense. This will be great then. But before this, unless you're in at Robert's price.
I don't think it will ever revisit Robert's entry. I mean, that's like, you'll probably be safe for like the next 20 years.
Yeah. Like, I bought gold at 1,500. Or I bought Bitcoin at 3,000. That's gonna be Robert. Yeah, I bought GBPUSD at 3,100, 3,105. Like, what? That's crazy. So yeah, this will be more a move for me if it actually does it like this. But until it actually gives me some real interaction off the 200, like I keep saying, I'm not really into this, because this is the next move in the cycle. Like, once again, so I'm not too fond of this move. But this is a GU, right? And then we can scroll on down to GJ, which I think was more or less the same, right? Like, same thing. Like, we got this drawing from yesterday. It hasn't yet to come down and actually touch this move. Like how I always say, if it doesn't come down and do what I expect it to do, and it just keeps going, it's just a missed move for me. Because for me to just take this trade, keep going long, that's not a real setup for me. That's the MSU trade for me. It's making stuff up. Like, you're not really. It's not a real setup. So I need, once again, some type of interaction off this 200, which it has yet to do. So GJ was nothing. And then I think there was one more. It was USD CAD that we was talking about yesterday. I feel like I did a whole. Yeah. I did the whole thing on this yesterday, I feel like. And lo and behold, this is literally at the exact same spot. Remember, I said I took this trade right here. This is at the same exact spot that it was at yesterday. And then the next question is, if you was to short this, how many times do you take it short? 1, 2, 3. Like, at what point do you take this? If you shorted it here, you was wrong. If you shorted it here, you was wrong. If you shorted it here, you was wrong. You can't short this trade coming out of level 1. This is what I was saying yesterday.
Yeah.
This is actually a long trade right now. Look how far the 200 EMA is to the 50, all the way back here. You're just getting closer and closer and closer. Right? Closer and closer. They want to make this move and bust out of this range. Right? Something like this. This is what should happen. This is the move I will be interested in. In addition to market baseline going below the stack and coming back up for the reload. So we talked about this yesterday, but this is what I was saying. You can't take the trade coming out of level 1 like that. This is a sucker's trade, is what I call it. This gets everybody. you can't take this because the whole direction of it has changed, right? the whole direction of the move has actually changed, but it kind of doesn't look like it just yet.
Yeah.
All right. But look at the market baseline. This is slowly curving down, curving back up. This is going to slowly just drain your account little by little. Just continue to go up. So I did want to cover that real quick. I think that was it. Yeah, that's all we had today. Sorry, guys. I feel like Jannie right now.
I thought also it's Jannie.
No, Jannie will go in on the pairs. I love him for that. He will. He will definitely let you know what's going on and what's not.
Right. Sam, last week you left me here alone. Like Jannie couldn't even like give me time to show my screen.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, he said that's my favorite quote." You know, I'm sorry for interrupting. Oh yeah, that's definitely your favorite quote. he will go in, which is good. I love his strong bias. Like he almost makes you question what you're thinking, which is good as a trader. That's amazing to have, like, on the team for sure.
Definitely, 100%. He's a good trader, very good trader.
Yeah,
as well, so.
for sure. For sure.
Yeah,
I trust his judgment. He's been right about a lot of things, like, you know. So it's just one of those things where we all see the market differently. We all have our own strategy, our own setups, you know. And he has a very strong one too. So
yeah.
But yeah,
100%.
That's really it, guys. This trade is trying to come back down. Now we're down $26 on this. Yeah,
that's not bad.
I say
get in there.
Yeah, let's break this level. I'm gonna set an alert right here. For. I'm just put look at this, right? Because I'm gonna either make this decision to close this trade or to move my stock to break even. One of the two is about to happen at this particular price point right here on a Friday.
Let's see. We'll see. We'll revisit it before we log off, and we'll have a look. Right. But all right, let me show you the disaster. Oh, no. It wasn't actually bad. No. To be fair, I ended in profit, so it wasn't that bad. But man, bad trade management again. I don't know what's going on with me lately, but all right. So basically, I got in for a short, like here somewhere, right? Really, really nice. And do you know what my take profit was? You're gonna laugh when you see it.
Let's hear this.
My take profit was all the way down here. I thought, and I even thought we'll probably get even lower. I thought we're gonna just mimic this move, but to the downside. That's what I believed would happen today, right? And naturally, I think my stops were like here somewhere, right? Like really tight stops. That's basically the trade I had. Really, really good, really, really good. And I was like, I'm gonna hold it. And then you just had this huge push up, stop me out, and I was like, no, I wouldn't accept it. I literally jumped in at a bit of a better price than before. And like that, same take profit, but as we just kept wicking around here, I got out like that. So the second trade actually was really nice. But I mean, both trades, both of them were good if I got out at the right time. Do you see what I mean? But let me show you what actually how it looked like. So let's fast forward it a little bit. This does take a bit of time to play out. I'm not yet in the trade, so we just hit that gap in volume area, right? Usual stuff, hit the gap in volume, but I'm just waiting for it to kind of break this gap here. And then once the sellers break past these heavy buyers here from the open, because I wasn't looking to buy at all. I had no interest in buying. I felt very strong that we're going down today. So the moment we break these buyers here, I'm going to start entering for a short. So I was like, yep, I'm happy. They're not defending this. I'm getting in for a bunch of shorts. So I started selling. And I'll just fast forward it a bit. It just nicely starts moving down. Everything is looking good. I'm like, oh, what a trade. What an entry. No draw drawdown, really, a little bit of drawdown here. I think just working out really nicely. This does take a bit of time, so I'm just going to fast forward it. Nothing really to report on here. And then we finally get down to what would have been my first kind of take, or my original take profit, if I was being really kind of cautious, right? So my original take profit would have been this blue line here, right? So it's a gap in volume. All right, there's the volume, there's the gap. So this whole red area is a massive gap in volume. Naturally, it usually rejects off these areas. So I'm going to have to be a bit cautious when it gets there. Normally, I would target, you know, the gap in volume as my take profit. But I was, for some reason, I had this bias that we're going to break through it today. We're going to kind of have that really harsh push down. So I was really adamant that's what's going to happen. So I said to myself, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it. No matter what, just hold to your take profit. Right? So I had a really big take profit. And we got there. So we got to the gap in volume. It was the first little bit of rejection already happened. But I was like, no, I'm going to hold it. It's all good. It's minor. We got there again. And I don't know, man. I don't know. Even when like it was obvious that it was not going to break the area, I just couldn't. Something came over me and I couldn't let myself exit this trade. I was like really adamant. I'm either going to get stopped out or it's going to hit my take profit. I really wanted to try and hold it, right? Look at that beautiful wick it produced as well. It was, everything just looked lovely, right? I was like, no, I'm not going to get out because I know I'll come back an hour or two later and then it will be down to my take profit. And I would be like, damn, why didn't I just wait? So I kept holding, but then look at all these buyers coming in, right? It's all lighting up blue or lighting up green. But for some reason, I ignore it. I don't I don't react to it. I'm being a bit silly now. But I keep holding. It's given me so many chances to get the hell out of this market, right? Constantly giving me chance after chance, saying get out. But these buyers keep absorbing these sellers and keep pushing the market up every time we get to that area. And eventually, they just come in really strong. And at this point, I'm like, what happened yesterday haunted me. I was about to exit right here. But what happened yesterday of exiting almost at break even, only for it then to continue in my direction, kind of haunted me. And I thought, nah, the same thing's going to happen. Sorry, go on, Aymane.
No, it's like because yesterday we talked about this, like leave your put it at break even or let the price hit your stop loss.
Yeah. That haunted me because I felt like that's what's going to happen. If I get out now, it's going to go to my, it's going to continue down. It's just a retracement. Hold through it. Don't, keep your cool. I was looking at news. Oh, yeah, because, sorry, that reaction was actually news-based. But it usually doesn't really make the market react that bad, but it just shot up.
It was orange news. It was orange news, I believe.
Yeah, but come on, orange, man. Like, not even like for the S&P, not even crazy. Red news sometimes really moves it. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I've never really had to worry about like any of the orange news. I don't even know what it is because I never really pay attention to it because it hardly ever affects my trades, right? You might see a tiny bit of a reaction, but nothing like this. And I was like, this can't be right. Something is not adding up in my head here. But I decide to hold it. I keep holding, obviously. And as you can probably guess what happened, it just got worse. The trade got worse and worse and worse. And then we started getting into drawdown. And I was like, come on, man. Like, you have to break down now. You have to get, it starts getting closer to my stop loss. And at this point, I'm like, I know I'm going to get stopped out. Yeah. It was around this point, I knew I was going to get stopped out. But I just couldn't bring myself to actually exit at this point. I was so annoyed because I saw these heavy buyers now coming in. I knew I was going to get stopped out. But for some reason, I was so like pissed off in that moment. I was like, this is just utter nonsense right now. This is just utter crap. Like, what can you do? I get stopped out, basically. And it almost stops me out. And then I'm like, okay, maybe. And then boom, I got stopped out. That's when I literally re-enter almost a minute later. Let me just push it back. So now we enter again to this gap in volume here, right? And I'm thinking, okay, I just don't believe that was a real move. I'm still adamant we're going down. So I thought one more time, at least I got a better price now. I'm closer to kind of, that area. I can put my stops a bit tighter and I'm going to go for it again. I'm going to just go for it again. The moment I see a bit of heavy buying, selling come in, saw it, I went for it again. Entered my positions, kind of waited, kept going into that area, into that gap in volume. And if I just fast forward it a bit, I'm constantly looking at the structure, looking at what's going on. I'm still adamant, no, we are going to go down. We're going to go down. It's fine. This was just something stupid happened earlier. The market's been a bit funny. It's just kind of like jumping up and down in that kind of area, but I was still adamant we're going down. There was nothing, I could only see a bit of heavy buying here. If we break through these buyers right here, it should be fine. All these buyers here. So I kind of wait. We get to those buyers. They're just not defending. Everything's going well. We're starting to break through them. We broke through. I'm very happy. Now I'm kind of feeling, all right, we'll probably get to my take profit even. And I mean, just look at this. Look at how the market looks in that moment.
Insane.
Right? You tell me how many people are going to look at that structure right there, right?
And
those massive wicks and be like, oh yeah, the market's going to go up. Come on, man. Like everyone is going to be shorting the hell out of this market, right? Of course they will. I mean, it just clear as day. It doesn't. A 5-year-old could tell you, oh, that's probably going to drop. So I was getting very, very confident in this trade, super confident. We had all these heavy sellers coming in as well. Everyone is selling. There's no one buying now. I'm like, right, now we're going to break through this area and we're just going to, because if we do break through this gap in volume, we are dropping hard and we're going all the way back down. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I can make the big money, right? And so I was adamant, we're just going to break through it. It might not do it immediately. It might go sideways for it. Might even have a bit of a retracement, but eventually we'll just break through it. So I'm just going to hold it and be adamant that it's going to happen. And we got so close. Look how close we're getting to the bottom of this gap, right? And we basically almost touch. And then these buyers start coming in again. I'm like who is buying? Like, which brain dead moron right now is buying this market? Do you know what I mean? Something didn't add up in my head. And I was getting ready then to basically exit. But I thought, no, actually, we'll keep holding it. We'll keep holding it. It starts pushing down again. Everything's looking good. Comes in for that second push down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry about that. Looks like my trade has officially come back into profit. That's what it looks like.
Wait.
Yeah.
Finally, good news.
Exactly.
Because today it's just bad news. Just, let's say, bad price action. So
exactly. Yeah. But this trade, and I almost we get so close to the bottom of this gap. Like all I need it to do is just break past this area here. Just break past, start trading below it, and then I'll be a very happy person. That's all I needed it to do. And it got so close, man. Like it kept teasing it all the time. Like almost wanted to get there. Look at that. It's basically at the end of the gap. Like it's not even a pip away. I'm talking, this is like, you can't even measure it. That's how small it is, right?
It's like almost 2 days in a row, Sam.
Yeah. And then this is where I just lose my nerve because we got that close and the sellers still can't push it down. We got all these heavy sellers coming in, 1.8 thousand on the delta. Do you know what I mean? Like
crazy.
Huge amount of selling, but they just can't break through it. No matter how much they're trying, they're just getting absorbed by these buyers. And that's when I'm basically starting to realize I don't think it's actually going to break down anymore. I think that's it. I think I was wrong. It's not going to go down. I think that is as low as it's probably going to go. I give it another few seconds, hoping some miracle occurs. But it basically starts pushing up. Buyers coming in again. Look how easy the buyers are able to push it up, right? Relatively small numbers. And look how nice and big this candle is. Look at all these massive sellers, right? And they just can't break below here. At that point, that's when I start realizing that it's just not going to happen. Do you know what I mean? And I basically exit the position, and that was it. So ultimately, end of the day in profit, it's all good. But I could have played it a lot better. Do you know what I mean? I had ample opportunity to, especially in that first trade, I should never have got stopped out on that. I shouldn't have been up all that and then got stopped out. I don't know what went through my mind. I had such a bias that we're going to go just flood down.
That's what I want to say, because from yesterday we were saying like we are going down tomorrow, because like it's what from bigger time frame we were seeing, like, let's say, a lot of resistance and supply. So let's say you were biased when you start the day, and for me also, like most of the time when I'm losing, for you you finish like in profit, but for me, like when I am biased and I start my day biased, I'm not flexible, I'm not open to both, let's say, buy and sell. Those days are the just big losses. So
yeah,
but you manage it. So
you got to get rid of a bias. I mean, it's good to have a bias, right? And then the moment when the market is showing you clear evidence and contrary to your bias, you have to be able to kind of rid that and say, mate, actually, I'm wrong.
It's like that day. Remember when I came in on that Monday and I'm like, oh, I'm shorting S&P today, and it was like, who in the world is buying this right now? Right?
Yeah.
I luckily got saved, but at the end of the day, it's like, man, coming in there with such a strong bias, like you just know that it's going long or short. It never works out well.
No, it really doesn't. I could have saved myself from being stopped if I didn't have such a strong bias.
Right.
But then I would also kind of, I don't think I would have taken that second trade if I did have a strong bias, if I didn't have a strong bias. Because I only took that trade, the second one, which worked out very nicely, because I was that adamant it was going to keep dropping. So I don't know, kind of worked out in a weird way, but yeah. I think I got more lucky that it just came back for a retest, because it was never going down. As we now can see, the market's
it was a pullback.
it was just a little retest. You know what I mean? This candle here was very lucky, and that's where I made my money. This little candle here, big candle. But if that could have very easily not happened, I could have jumped in again here, and this could have happened. You see what I mean? And I would have got stopped out again. So yeah, I think a lot of luck involved in that one, because I jumped in without really any second confidence. I jumped in like literally a minute or two after getting stopped out. I was like, nah, we're at this zone. I'm seeing a bit of sellers come in. I'm just going to go in again. Which was kind of dangerous to do, to be honest. Bit silly, but my emotions got the better of me.
That's
I
how
was
it
so
happens.
so annoyed getting stopped out that I revenge trade. That's essentially what I did. Worked out. Luckily, it worked out, but it could have very easily
went the other way.
Yeah. So for me, like I didn't trade in my accounts, but I couple trade in evals. Let me show. It's funny because you will see in the recording, it's just evals. It's not my accounts, but I had the same target also like Sam. I sold and I put the target really low. So this.
It's funny how we both have the same.
Yep.
I don't know. I think a lot of people thought the same thing, but it was just gonna.
Don't tell me you went long today now.
Sorry?
Yeah, don't tell me you went long today.
No, I would not say. Even if I
remember last time you said, what lunatic would do this? And it was Aymane on the other side of that trade.
No, not this time. Not this. So Yeah, it was. Oh,
Oh.
sorry, guys. So let's start first by like again, this is just an eval. It's not my account. So when I saw like the price, yes, we were sitting in a supply weekly supply here. We put the low of the week around this on Monday around 17,713, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, just like it kept going up. So I was actually open more to take sells than take buys. But the one thing that I was like, let's say, made me a little bit worried, it's this zone right here, because we were sitting in this demand here. This demand here, we took this previous week, closed bullish, and we had really a big candle inside this demand. So it was, for me, it was more sell, but if we break this area right here, we're gonna go lower. So this is was the plan for me. So I know Friday price action, like it's a tricky one. So that's why one of the reason I didn't trade in my like accounts. And also like when I see like we are in a supply and we are in a like day 4 hour and weekly supply zone, and we are sitting now in a demand on the 1 hour. I was expecting, okay, maybe there will be some just range in market, or it will be choppy. So let me show the recording. So basically I took a sell right here. Again, the same setup I talk about like all the time, like fresh supply on the 15 minutes. And I wanted actually to take buys, but thanks God I didn't take. Here.
Sam's like, what the hell?
No, but I seriously I want to take buys right here, but it's just like it went so fast. But I want to take buys and target just the middle of this supply right here, just quick
Yeah.
scalp. But and then I said, okay, let me wait. Just yes, it's an eval, but let me wait for a good setup. Maybe I will add more. So and then waited for the 15-minute supply, fresh supply. We took this high, and then I waited for a little bit. The bearish momentum comes in. The footprint was looking good, but I didn't record it. And then the way I like I saw it is like this 15 minutes, like after I took here is the 15 minute. So this 15-minute candle for me, like if it closed red and then the next 15 minutes maybe it test this week, we are going low. So let me see where I put. Oh, here you see Sam? This is what I told you. You see where I put my take profit in the
Exactly the same
beginning?
place.
I put my take profit like at 18,822 because I said like if we are breaking this
Yeah.
demand here, we are going there for sure.
That exact same thing I thought. If we're going to break through that area there, that demand area, then it's just going to do the opposite of what it did today, and just that same move up will be down basically today. So I was hoping, just break it, and then it would have been beautiful, but no.
Yeah. So yeah, so I took the sell here. I didn't want to move break even or decrease stop. Just I want to like I want those lows here to get taken. But for me, like when I saw a little bit of buyers entering here before we break this low, you will see me getting out from 4 contracts. So it was a good decision actually. Like even though it's an eval, but you can see me like, okay, here we are still 5. We retrace a little bit. So we close actually the way I wanted, like left a big wick on the top, and the volume was looking good. And let's just forward it just to show you where I took profit. Yeah, here I took profit when we took this low here. I saw like some big clusters, and you see here I took profit because it was I checked like the calendar also, and there was this Michigan something. Yeah, it was this University Michigan some like sentiments, and I had bad experience with this red folder news, like University of Michigan sentiment. I had really bad experience.
Why is it red on your end? It was orange.
I was just about to ask that.
Yeah, I don't know, like because like on Forex Factory, I don't know if they are taking it serious, but it's really serious.
They don't.
They're not taking it serious. There was no red news today after 8:30, I believe.
I'm gonna start making note of that then, because today, I mean, that's what stopped me out. The news came out, and it just boom, 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 boom went up. I was like, what the hell is going on?
But you know, Sam, it's funny because I had like a bad memory about this Michigan sentiment. I thought literally the same, and I was using Forex Factory, and in Forex Factory, like it shows just like yellow. I think now it's showing it orange, but before it was showing yellow, like I think 1 year
it's
ago
orange.
or
It's
2.
orange.
So I didn't. I said okay, it's not that important, and I had, let's say, I don't know, maybe 20 points stop, and I had maybe 2-3 contracts like minis, and then like when the news came out, like it took out my stop and it didn't close the position, and it was like a big like, big loss. So, and then from that day I always remember Michigan sentiment. No.
See, so stuff like that, and I'm glad you even brought that up, Aymane, because this is what I mean when I always say you can always learn something. Who would have ever thought? Are you serious right now?
Yeah, 100%.
I believe you just said that.
But it's crazy. Like unemployment claims came out yesterday, and they barely moved the market. If you actually look, and that usually moves. Well, the S&P barely moved from the unemployment claims. So I don't know. Maybe because it was pre-market. I really don't know. But sometimes news can be a bit unpredictable in that respect. But
it is true. Yeah. But and also Fridays for me it's a tricky day. Like you can like lose your emotions so quickly. But yeah, so let's go back to the chart. So yeah, and after that I took a couple of scalps, and that was it for me. Let's let's talk a little bit like what happened this week on NQ, and let's start Monday. So Monday actually, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back here. Yeah. So Monday we created basically like on the NY session we create the low of the week. For me, we missed this demand right here, but we create the low of the week, and we talked about this pattern a lot. Like the Asian session, we respect the Asian session low, and we create a new high on London, and then and then we had continuation on the New York session. Same thing happened again, I think, on Wednesday. Yeah, we had like the open. Let's see, where is the open? Yeah, here. So we tap into this resistance, and we came back here to fill this gap. So I don't remember which the news about Powell. I think like Trump is not firing Powell. So we had this big gap here on the Asian session. So after that, like the price will go and fill this gap as was expected. Yeah, and then from here we moved to the upside. Like on Thursday, we had really
really
good
quick. My bad, Aymane. I just want to say I am up enough on this to move my stop to break even, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh,
I don't want any issues. Yeah, this thing finally came on back.
You can share screen if you want.
I don't need to share the screen. I was in at 70, 75, and I moved my stop loss to 77, and it's at 84 right now. So, yeah, just want to bring that up. So, if anybody was looking at that, just make sure you move that, because now officially you won't take a loss on this trade today. Oh, I think Aymane pressed leave studio.
Oh, did it? Aymane will be back. In the meantime,
I think he pressed leave studio. You know how that works. It's two things they should get this worked out, right? Do not put those buttons so close together. Stop sharing and leave studio, and they need an annotate button. Those two things, it will make the session so good. Like,
absolutely.
We gotta fix that. They gotta fix that.
He's back. Here we go.
Well, I want to share again my screen, and I left the.
We know. We know.
We figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I'm just saying they put those buttons too close together for some strange reason. They just do.
Can I quick share my screen? I just saw something on the what do you call it? S&P. I think our original bias of it going down might still hold true. Oops, let me actually add it to stage. So this whole bullish move we had earlier, right? Look at the high. It's literally just taken out a bit of liquidity at the top. I'm assuming there will probably be a lot of breakout traders who are getting trapped up there. And then huge selling came in. Let me go to the 5-minute real quick. What the hell is it? Ah, there we go. Yeah, we had massive selling coming in the moment it broke that high. Like, I wouldn't be surprised
if we will go
if this was
take
just
the lows.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
If this was just a fake out, because look, it took out liquidity from the bottom, right? So here was the low before market opened, the pre-market low, and then it took out the low, right? And then made this huge move up. It's just taken out the high. Now it's in the middle. I mean, it could either go up or down. It's really hard to say where it could go now, because whenever it's in the middle, I mean, do you know what I mean? It's hard to anticipate what will happen. But I wouldn't put it past. But we're still potentially going down. I mean, it looks like the bulls are moving it quite quickly up, actually, to be fair. Yeah, they're going quite strong. But I don't know. I mean, the market is very, very sneaky. Do you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, look at those buyers come in. Very heavy. But then look at all these sellers that came in as well. Really, really heavy. It's really hard to figure out this one. We're just kind of in a really weird area right now. We're just dead in the middle. If you put a gun to my head and said choose a direction, I would genuinely struggle right now. Like my bias, there is no bias.
Could you Sam check like just the volume on 5 minutes if we squeezed like on the last red candle, like if we made a big volume or something, just
the last red we did,
total,
yeah.
What was the total volume?
1,860. Oh, the total volume or delta?
No, total volume.
Total volume was 14,700.
It's not the biggest one, like on this, let's say last 4 candles.
The biggest one was 17,000. But we had bigger. Like we had 25,000 on this massive push down. I still think they're going to defend I think this is going to be a bit of a push up, a bit of a retracement, but I think the sellers might actually have it then. I think these sellers are going to defend hard, like almost 20,000 in volume, or 25,000, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. It's very hard. It's strange. It's a strange market.
Like, you remember, Sam, yesterday when I said I have to think about extending like my hours, because literally now we tap into a fresh 15. I will show it later when you finish. Like,
no, I'm done. You can go ahead and share screen.
Like, this is exactly why I said yesterday, but of course I have to. I will not change nothing now because everything is working okay for me. But you see this 15 minutes candle, and I will show like yesterday the same. So we took here this previous week, you see this candle here. We took this previous week, we closed green, and we had continuation. So when we came here to test this area, of course, I don't like this week how it looked like. I like more if it was big body and then we go higher. And then the 5 minutes, you see the 5 minutes confirmation.
Yeah,
but it's not that let's say that's clean, but still it's possible to at least go, maybe make a double top here if we will go lower. But yeah. But yeah, this is the type of fresh demand that are created like during the session, because there is my markups, like my zones that they are before the session or during the and there is the fresh one that they were created during the session. And we saw this like yesterday. We talked about this where let me see. Yeah, it was here. Yeah, it was around here. So we took this we are like bullish, we are trending higher. We took this previous week, closed bullish, we had continuation, we broke this week, and we came back and the same confirmation, like 5 minutes, and here is the entry. So we got the same thing again today. But one thing that is not, like, it's a little bit, as Sam said, 50-50. We took all those highs and we had this big push. So yeah, we were trending here, but because for me it could be like a squeeze here, like, okay, all those buyers are taking profit here, and then seller pressure will come, and then we will take those lows.
Yeah,
it is possible, because what I want to see, let's say if I will be taking this trade here, is okay, we are going higher, but I don't want to see the last leg is so big and then something like this, you know. And now the last
yeah, sorry, go on, carry on.
No, just I want just to say, like, the last leg, this is the last leg. If we're gonna measure the last leg, it's how many, like, it's 1 point, like 244 points. And if we gonna measure, let's say, where is let's say here, let's say half, or 159. So yeah, it can be like a sign of a reversal, but it's a Friday, so the price action is not that good. Even the volume, I would not trust much the volume on Friday. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very weird one. I still have this kind of, like, maybe it's a gut feeling, I don't know, but I still have this kind of feeling we're looking to go down at some point. I mean, I don't think it will happen today, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Let it play out a bit. We're in a very, I mean, even on the 4 hour, if I go quickly, pull up the chart, show the 4 hour. Bear with me 2 seconds. And add to stage.
I mean, I will agree with you because of that wick on the right hand side. It looks a little dangerous over there. Like they ping some orders on going long, and they want to short the hell out of this thing.
Like today, it just took out the highs and lows of like, I mean, this is the 4 hour, but like all this build up, it took out the liquidity on both sides, right? And it generally, when it does that, it's about to make a big move, right? But it could either be up or it could be down. Like it's hard to know which direction it will actually go at this point. But I always feel like it's almost a trap. Do you know what I mean? We still haven't ever filled this gap. And, you know, we're just taking out these highs. Think about all the breakout traders who've got positions right now, and then you just want to take all that liquidity. I almost feel like it wants to trick people into buying, and then we just have one of these disgusting down days where it's just boom, 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 boom. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know. I feel a drop coming.
But also the way this 1 hour candle open, like it's open with a, let's say, a bullish momentum. So I think traders still they are shorting the market. So it's a little bit tricky, because if you check like the 1 hour, like, okay, we took out, I don't know for ES, but
it'll be about the same.
Like for you, Michael, like when we are taking the high or the low, if we take it with the wick, you consider it like we took the high or not? It's still equals, or like you consider, for example,
if you used to write draw a line above that engulfing short pattern to the left side, like just do like a support or resistance line above that.
Yeah.
Here.
Yep.
All the other drawings come back magically, but
okay. Well, to me, yeah, that's above that. That doesn't count. To me, that is, oh, y'all want to put y'all stop above the high of this swing? I got something for y'all. And they tag them on. Yeah. Because there's keep in mind, there's traders who have their orders going long above that, and then there's traders who have their stop loss above that point. That one wick took out everybody.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to look. Stop hunts are basically, they exist because of liquidity, right? If a big institution wants to place a lot of orders, a lot of sell orders, right? If they want to short this market, they need to have people willing to take the opposite side of the trade, right? So they need buyers, essentially, right? Now, imagine all the shorts here that shorted the market. They've all got buy positions now, i.e. stop losses, right above that wick, right?
Yeah.
From here. And we've pushed up. We've just taken all that liquidity, all those buy positions, allowing some big iceberg order, right, to be, you know, to some big institutions to enter the market, ready to push the market down. And it's almost like when the market looks like it wants to go a direction, right? Like it looks like it's, this is a bullish market, right? Do you know what I mean? We had, it's bullish structure as well. You could even say, right? Well, it is 100% bullish structure, right? Push up, retracement, broke the high, retracement. And like a lot of people are going to be, any opportunity to buy, they're going to start buying, right? And these institutions just eating up all those orders, all taking all that liquidity, ready to just dump it. Like the market will just dump. And that's what I feel is kind of this build up today. Because today was all just about liquidity. Today there was no direction in terms of like, there was no actual serious movement, right? There was no trend, so to speak. We had like, that kind of push up, but I would really call it, a strong trend or a major move. Like that's a major move, right? This whole push up. What we had today in the pre-market, this kind of push down, sideways, and then this kind of push up, we haven't really moved much in that respect, right? It hasn't really done anything. It's just gone up and then went back down again. Sorry, it went down and then went back up again. The big move is going to happen. And just from, I don't know, I guess it's like a gut feeling or some kind of, I don't know, feeling. I feel it's we're going to be dropping. We're going to be dropping. I think someone is building up a lot of orders, a lot of short orders, and they're going to get executed. And this whole move down is going to be replicated back down to these lows, I think, and probably even fill this gap. So I think at some point, probably next week, that will happen today. But we're gonna, I mean, you can almost see that M pattern happening as well. So that's one for you, Michael. Do you know what I mean? You almost got the right.
It's possible. It's possible. Like for sure, this could totally break that whole level and just keep going short. Or the thing can make a small. Let me check it out real quick.
Do you want the screen? Oh.
Yeah. Let me see the screen real quick. Did we go over this? I think we did. Let's check it out really quick because it can sure turn the other way around, as we all know. Right. All right. This took me out of break even, guys. I luckily didn't lose any money on this. Thank God. This green candle right here saved me. These two candles saved me. It took me out at 67. I was in at 65. Gotta love it.
That's decent.
Let's check out GU really. Let's see. I'll leave this on here. Yes, I did. Let's go to the 1 hour really quick. Yep. Yeah. If we get a close, I'm gonna take this off. That's not really relevant, but I think. As I was saying yesterday, I was looking for this close above and continue to go, but I want to see a real move off this 200. This is my bias, right? Like I want to see a real move come off this 200 and then go long. But if this closes, I would say below this price right here, we got this ADR low and this blue tracer. Yeah, if they close below that, then yeah, absolutely, this thing's gonna probably turn around the other way. And I wouldn't be interested in it at all at that point. I'm only looking for it to make this, whoops, not that far, to make this move off this 200, and that's it. Anything less than that, oh, I'm not too sure about that. Like this thing could do what it wants, really. Like I want to see something like that, right? As long as it's touching this 200 EMA, and then come back and make that funny move. And like I said, same thing with this reload. As long as this reload, let's change this a little bit. All right, let me delete this because it's not really that great, but I'll delete that too. Yeah, as long as we get something like this coming on around and then coming up, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. Actually, the fact that it's already above it is kind of not good enough. We will. Oh, let me delete all of this. Actually, I'll do it one by one because that'll erase the whole thing. If I don't, we'd actually want to see this come back below and then go down like this for the reload. Because what happens is once price closes below this 50, it's the same thing as this market baseline going back below this static 50. So we want to see both of these moves happen at the same time. If that happens, then yeah, then I will be on this. But keep in mind, guys, I didn't, after all of me saying I'm waiting on GU to set up, I did not take it. And the reason being is it didn't set up the right way. We want something more solid than that. It gotta be more solid than this move, right? There's no real touch to the 200, and I need to see another read. When closed below this price, I'm not interested in it going long anymore. Because at that point, it's 50 and 200 might have crossed to the downside, and then we'll be looking for more something like this, right? Then we're looking for M's off the 200, right? For it to go short like this, right? There's no telling when this when or if this will happen. But yeah, then we'd be looking for moves more like this, right? So this is my bias for this, and I'm gonna actually leave this up here for everybody for next week. But yeah, one of the two, and I'll make this dividing line here too, right? Yeah, right there. So yeah, they would need to do one of the two things. One, come down, make a real action off the 200 and going long, give me this reload. Or two, I will need this reload to. Can I shorten this up? Oh yeah, I can. Oh, actually, I can't. All right, so in that case, I'm gonna delete it and I'm gonna redo it. So I want to see something like this, right? For the short, for the long, but for the short, I need to do something like that, right? So reload at the top or the bottom, one of the two. Right. That's actually still a little bit ugly. I'm gonna redo it again. Sorry, guys. It's still a little ugly. I want to see it do something like this for the reload going long, and then for the short, like that. There we go. That's much better. Right? Something like this. Reload going long will look like that, and then reload going short will look like this. Right? With this, $5,200 cross to the downside. And level 2 short at that point. Right, one of the two is going to happen. We'll see. Yeah, I was looking more.
I just took a buy on NQ, but it's just on trading view. I'm done trading. Just it.
Okay.
Pure.
Pull up your screen quickly. There we go.
So it's pure price action. So the idea is, for me, like, this is still equals. So this is still equals. At least we will come take this high right here. Again, we tap this demand that we talked about, and to be honest, like, the entry should be here, but I enter on this second one. You can see here. Let me, oops. Yeah, I saw like this supply here failed, and then I entered. So let's see if we will go take those highs right here. So the different reasons, just based on this demand right here, based on the confirmation here, we will see. And again, the 30 minutes, look at this big bearish candle, like how many % they sold here. So if it starts to move slowly, because for me the size of the candles matters a lot. So if it starts to move, let's say, a little bit slowly, and then maybe a big push down, I will be more to not buy this. But like how many people, when they saw these big candles, how many they start selling. And for me also, the third thing that I see, not always, but it's pure price action. Most of the time when we want to reverse and we had a failure before, at least we need a like inverse failure, like failure. We had failure here, so at least we should have a failure here before we go down. So that's what I literally thought. And the idea, it's just to take this high, this high here. And when I check ES actually was more clear on the 4-hour than the NASDAQ. So here, like this 4-hour candle, we took this previous week here, close bullish. Let's see if we will get a continuation to fill this week right here. And on the daily, I think I mentioned it yesterday, like on the daily. So we took this previous week here, close bullish. So there is sign of let's say a bullish sentiments. And I mentioned yesterday that the only way if we will come back and take this low is we have to first take out this high right here. But until now, there is a continuation. So let's see. It will be interesting if we will come back at least to fail this high right here. We have 4 minutes for this candle to close, and then we will make our decision. Okay, 5 minutes closure. And also the time also, I use the time also in my trading, because it's not feeling, but it's also like when you see it's 25 and you just, the way I think about it, okay, the 30-minute candle will close now, so the momentum will increase. Always like 5 minutes or 5 minutes before the candle open, or 5 minutes after the candle close, like the new one open, there is always this increase of momentum, like there is increase of volatility, sorry.
Absolutely.
So yeah, let's
really
see.
Cool.
Yeah,
it's weird because long term, I really can't figure this out yet. Long term, I wouldn't say we're very much in a kind of indecision area long term for the S&P. Like
you are right. Like
it looks like it wants to go up. It has broken previous highs, but there's still, for me to really kind of be like, oh, this is the end, and now we're just gonna, be in a bullish market. I need that little bit more movement up. We're still long term for me. It's still very much, we're in a bear trend, and this is a retracement. But although structure has started to form, like bullish structure has been forming. So I don't know. It's one of those weird times where it's not nice to trade when the market's like kind of indecisive. Do you know what I mean? You're going to get stopped out more. You're going to have more failures. So you got to just, I guess, be a bit more cautious. Probably set more realistic targets as well. Something I learned today. But yeah,
same. I got saved by the bell damn near.
But it's all good. It's all good. Oh, that is almost over. So I see Robert has left a few comments. We'll just quickly go over them. He's quietly put in a long trade for US dollar CAD, so he can forget that one too. Well, hopefully it works out. Would be funny. I just TP. I bought NQ because you said sell. That's probably a good strategy. If I say sell, if I say buy, you should sell.
No, it's bad strategy, trust me.
Well, he just TP'd, so he made some money. So you're welcome, Robert. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's
because it's Friday.
2 out of 10. Don't keep that up. I had a trader say that same time. Like, I always lose. I was like, maybe I should just start buying instead of selling, and selling instead of buying. I'm like, that is not a good strategy.
Yeah, Robert, don't go against the goat.
Exactly, the goat. Unless it's a Friday. Maybe I should try that. Just do the opposite of what my gut tells me on a Friday.
No. Again, that is not a good strategy. Not a good strategy at all.
Never know. It might work.
So
it might work.
Just let me share one last minute, because I will move it to break even, and then just for the viewer this trade.
Unscathed today.
So let's move this to break even. And okay, the 30 minutes is closing right now. Yeah. So we need let's see.
There we go.
We close inside this old supply, but I think we're gonna take this high. Here we go. Did it?
We'll find out next week when the market
Yes.
opens again.
Yep.
Sadly, I won't be here next week as well. I'm off again. But I will catch you guys. I think 2 weeks
All
I'll be
right.
gone. So. But yeah,
You will be not here, Sam. We will be, I think, with Jannie, Michael.
probably.
Yeah. So Sam, thank you very much. And
course.
Michael,
Ayman.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, guys.
It's been a pleasure.
Take it easy.
And Robert as well. You're welcome for that last trade. I'll be expecting a check in the mail's commission.
All right, guys. Take it easy. Have a great
Take care,
weekend.
guys. Have a good one.
All right.
Bye-bye.